Right now, 250 daring men and women are climbing toward the summit of Mount Everest, the highest point on Earth. Some will succeed, most will fail, 7 will die.
How's it going? How's the wind? Is it still strong? Yeah, it's still the same. Been consistent throughout the night and it's still pounding up here. But hopefully it'll diminish. Just checking in. I think I'll go over and talk to the Sherpas and see if any of them are willing to accompany me to the summit tonight if the winds die down. Over.
As you can hear, the winds are just pounding non-stop. It's actually quite scary in the tent. I'm always afraid that maybe the wind will get underneath the tent and blow it up.
Yeah, I think our only chance will be to maybe leave at midnight if they die out, but right now I don't think there's a chance in hell. Over.
Problem.
I'm on my own here. I doubt anyone's sleeping. The wind is pounding. I don't think anyone will be sleeping through the night. Over.
After 45 days of struggle on Mount Everest, Shauna Burke is trapped in a tent within striking distance of the summit. Her supplies are running out, her body is dehydrating, and the frozen wind is now gusting at 120 kilometers an hour. She's got to leave this place, but the mountain has her petrified. Down below, in the calm safety of Basecamp, expedition leader Ben Webster is tormented. He is supposed to be up there with Shauna. He wants to be up there with her. Shauna's not just his climbing partner, she's his girlfriend.
South Cole to Discovery, over.
Basecamp to South Call, over.
Yeah, South Call, over.
How you doing this morning there, baby?
Shauna's not doing well. Her oxygen is dwindling. Her heartbeat is racing, and hurricane-force winds are holding her hostage in a nylon bubble at an altitude that is literally killing her.
Here we are up at the South Cole. I spent the night last night by myself in the tent. I did pretty well throughout the night, but got quite scared come 5 o'clock in the morning when the winds were still howling. I thought that maybe my tent would get blown, right off the face. So it got a little bit scary, but I made it through the night, and hopefully I won't have to do it again tonight.
Team leader Ben Webster knows the cold reality of Shauna's situation. 4 years ago, after successfully summiting Everest, Ben almost didn't make it down. Altitude sickness immobilized him in the exact same spot Shauna's stuck in now. Ben knows that if the winds up there don't die, there's a good chance his girlfriend will.
You just gotta roll with this and believe in your heart of hearts that you're gonna get your shot. That the weather will come good late tonight and you'll get your shot, over.
Okay, I'll keep my fingers crossed.
In terms of ultimate goal, everybody comes home. To my mind, an expedition is not successful if you were to summit and lose somebody in the way.
I don't see it as something natural that I'm consciously putting myself into an environment where I could possibly die. So I'm aware that it could happen, but it does sit on me. And the way I try to cope with it is try not to think about it very often, and so it doesn't overwhelm me and paralyze me.
Shauna's confidence has come a long way from Kathmandu, where she was overwhelmed by the city and intimidated by the professional climbers Ben hired to accompany them on this voyage. Andrew Locke, a two-time Everest summiter, and Hector Ponce de Leon, also a two-time conqueror. If everything goes exactly as planned, these four souls will climb to the top of the highest mountain in the world, and they will document the journey every step of the way. But first, they have to learn to get along.
Climbers as a rule, especially elite high-altitude mountaineers, I don't know why, but they tend to be very socially challenged. My experience with most of them is that they're not the kind of people you want to hang out with a lot of the time. They're very self-consumed, very ego-driven, in some cases very socially inept because they spend all their time in the mountains not interacting with people. And that's not the case in both Hector and Andrew.
Yeah.
Shauna's climbing partners should be giving her their grand tour of Nepal's capital city right now. But instead of bonding with them, Shauna's throwing up in her hotel room.
I gotta pick up my washing.
Last time I was here was just 6 months ago. Feels like I was here yesterday for me, actually.
Yeah.
The people of Kathmandu are used to seeing mountain climbers. All the greats have walked these streets. Sir Edmund Hillary, Tenzing Norgay, George Mallory. This section, called Tamil, is where they came to search out bargains en route to the summit.
It's a buzz to be a part of that same industry, if you like. That those great names came and climbed these huge mountains years before us, and now we're climbing those same mountains. We're coming through the same jumping off point, and that's really exciting. There you go, here's a bit of gear.
On the wall, Hector is about to see something he dearly loves. Not climbing gear, his girlfriend, Araceli Segarra.
The person here in front, in the yellow downsuit, is Araceli, my girlfriend. She's always with me, she's always present, you know, and I know she's back home thinking about me too and supporting this, so that's good too.
Hector and Andrew are geared up, healthy and ready to climb Mount Everest. Shauna is not.
She's still slowly recovering. She asked if she could bail from dinner tonight, and I said absolutely. If she's not feeling right, she should gain her strength.
I actually, unfortunately, I didn't go out to dinner with the team last night, which I felt really bad about. I haven't had the chance yet to get to know everybody and to talk with them one-on-one, just because I've been feeling under the weather. My body has just been really, really, really tired, and I think it's partially due to the fact of the stress and the preparation that we went through before leaving for Kathmandu, and as well as the flight and just being in Kathmandu. The city is very dirty and chaotic and quite overwhelming.
After 3 days, Shauna feels strong enough to emerge.
Priority list.
She doesn't want to be seen as the woman or the weak link in the chain, and I don't doubt for a second she's going to work hard to prove to us that she isn't a weak link. I think she's going to find it hard because she hasn't done lots of other 8,000 metre climbing, and it's just a different world up there.
So many people can't understand why anyone would want to climb Mount Everest. But for elite mountaineers, the most exhilarating way to embrace life is by risking death.
It's very much a reality as part of mountaineering. I don't want it to happen, but if it does happen, well, I can accept that risk exists. I don't think I'd like to end up here on a funeral pyre, though. It's pretty much a climber's code that if you die on the mountain, your body will be put down a crevasse and left there on the mountain, and that suits me fine. I think a lot of effort and risk has been put into recovering bodies off mountains, and it's unnecessary. At the end of the day, you're going to end up buried in the ground or cremated either here or at the base of the mountain or left on the mountain, so you might as well be left on the mountain. And bearing in mind that's what's taken your life, it seems appropriate to stay there.
After a week in Kathmandu, Team Discovery heads for the airport. Here, they hook up with members of their Sherpa team and fly to Lhakpa, a remote village carved into the side of the Himalaya. This is where the first steps to the summit will be taken. No more vehicles, no more civilization. Now, it's just you and the mountain. Everest. To stand on its summit is to be at the height commercial airliners fly. It's the pinnacle of dreams for elite mountaineers. Many have perished trying to reach its summit. More than 180 people have died on the mountain. One for about every 30 attempting to climb it, or one for every 7 who have reached the summit. Everest can be a place where people can't see or move, where tents are ripped apart, where all the high-tech gear in the world can't save you. And yet this season, 250 Western climbers will attempt to summit, and some will die trying. Not known as the most technical mountain to climb, it's still among the most treacherous, with its sheer altitude and the ever-changing weather. The Discovery team flies into Lhakpa, altitude 2,800 meters. From here, they will trek to Basecamp. It's a rigorous 12-day walk, during which they will almost double their altitude to over 5,400 meters. This 42-kilometer trek is an important part of acclimatizing to thin air. If someone from sea level was immediately transported to Basecamp, that person would be unconscious within a few hours, and they'd die soon afterwards. You might think that the team would use this trek as a last chance to get to know each other before beginning their climb. But until now, they work in splinter groups, all hiking at their own pace. Today, the 12th day, the team finally come together for the walk into Basecamp, an inhospitable lunar landscape that will serve as the expedition's nerve center. This is it, Basecamp. Welcome home.
You know, it's just funny, it just feels like I was here yesterday. It's actually, nothing's changed. I mean, the glacier changes, but I spent such a big part of my life in this base camp that it's like coming home again.
The support staff got here days ago and have already set to work clearing ground for Team Discovery's camp.
Oh, Lhakpa Gelu! Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, how are you?
Good, thanks. How you feeling?
It's good, yeah.
Excellent. Sangha, how are you? Bingma, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you, Lama. How are you? Come and say hello, Gopal. Oh, without the knife. Don't kill me.
All in all, about 30 people will work for this team. 16 Sherpa climbers, as well as an ethnically diverse group of men who will act as porters, runners, camp staff, and cooks. There's also a doctor and a communications expert.
Again, you got lots of humidity the day before.
Right now, Ben is speaking with his head climber, the famous Lhakpa Gelu Sherpa. Lhakpa Gelu holds the world speed record on Everest from base camp to summit in under 11 hours. He and his right-hand man, Mingma Sherpa, have an incredible 19 Everest summits between them. Attempting to summit without Sherpas is as dangerous as attempting to summit without oxygen.
Spin that way. No, just let. Yeah. We're trying to create a big platform here for our communications tent. So, means a lot of BF and I. Brute force and ignorance. Strong back, weak mind. All right, ready?
While the men set up camp, the only female in the crew stands back, doubts her abilities, and has second thoughts.
I would say the last couple of days I've been feeling a little bit intimidated by the mountain itself, and I began questioning whether I really belonged here and whether I really had what it takes to make it to the summit of Mount Everest. And I think the reason that was happening was because I'm surrounded by such a strong team. Both Hector, AJ, as well as Ben are very, very physically fit. I'm physically fit as well, but they're on a different level. And I think their mental toughness is also something that is extremely that they're extremely good at.
Perfect.
There are no permanent fixtures built at Basecamp. That's because Basecamp moves. It's an active glacier that melts and shifts and changes shape as each day gets warmer. To make it more challenging, there's no electricity, no plumbing, and the nearest store is 3 hours away. Another problem, real estate's getting scarce.
It's pretty crowded, but that's the nature of the game. It's a restricted space, a finite base camp. But yeah, we've got some great equipment here, and the boys are right into setting it up.
Even though I've been here twice before and I've reached the summit on both occasions, it's always exciting to climb Everest. Offers so many different challenges and dangers and difficulties. Every time I come back, it's different. You know, the icefall is always gonna be there, and it's always gonna be dangerous and exposed every time you go through. It's exciting as well as fearful. Okay.
Did you need some help organizing?
Could I ask you for something?
Yeah, of course.
Till Baburam,
Yep.
we need chocolate powder.
Like chocolate milk powder?
Yeah.
Okay.
Milk,
Yeah.
powder milk, and sugar.
Okay.
You don't just pack your bag and head off for the summit of Mount Everest. There's still a month's worth of work and acclimatization that has to happen. The team's plan is to fully stock 4 camps with food and oxygen. Oxygen is what makes this climb deadly. There just isn't enough of it high up on the mountain, so climbers go up and down in stages, forcing their bodies to create extra red blood cells. This allows them to absorb more oxygen with each breath.
It's a complementary process, really. We need to establish our camps and establish the route, and we need to acclimatise. So by carrying loads up to a higher camp and then coming back down to sleep, we're forcing the body to acclimatise to a higher altitude.
On the climb, the team has 2 opponents. Most obvious is the mountain. Less apparent is time. The south side of Mount Everest is a Nepalese national park, and the infrastructure set up to help climbers will all be shut down on June 1st. That's in 8 weeks. When acclimatization, climbing, and weather are all factored in, it usually comes down to just a 7-day window when summiting is possible. Maybe it will be impossible. Mount Everest is blanketed in religion, superstition, and myth. Many Sherpas and Westerners believe you can't climb the mountain at will. She must let you climb her. The Sherpa people call the mountain Sagarmatha, or Chomolungma, and they revere her as sacred. Before every expedition, the Sherpas hold a religious ceremony. A high-ranking Buddhist Lama is summoned, offerings created, and climbing gear gathered for a service known as the puja.
I definitely want to take my harness and my Jumar up there. That definitely gotta be blessed. I'm picking the gear that we're taking to the puja, and this is pretty much the gear that we want to get blessed in this ceremony, that we want to have the Lama blessed in this ceremony, you know, for good luck, for good karma up in the mountain. So I'm picking like the most important pieces of my gear, which are the harness, Jumar, ice axe, boots, and crampons.
A stone altar called a lapso was built in the middle of Team Discovery's camp. Whenever any climber is on the mountain, aromatic sprigs of juniper must smolder constantly on the lapsa. It's a complex ritual, but at its heart, the Lama is asking the goddess of Mount Everest for permission to climb. He blesses the climbers and prays for safe passage.
I respect tremendously and have a sensitivity to their own connection to the mountain and what it means. And certainly for them it's important. At the end of the day, these men that I climb with, speaking of the Sherpas, will have my life in their hands. And I will at some point probably have their life in my hands. And so that trust has to be there. And one of the things you want to do is build that trust by respecting each other's culture and belief system.
These are not decorative flags, they are prayer flags, always hung in odd numbers. They must never come down while the climb is underway. The climbers receive their sunjis, deeply symbolic and worn by everyone on the mountain. Sunjis are a necklace made of red string. In the middle they have what is called a protection knot. These knots must never be undone, and during the climb, the sunjis must never come off. Something spiritual happens to people who come here. It can be life-changing. Mount Everest is a higher power. With the puja ceremony over, the Sherpas head off to set up Camp 1. To reach the summit, Everest climbers use just a few simple tools: boots with crampons attached, an ice axe, and a sender, also called a jumar, to help pull themselves up the fixed ropes, and a harness with carabiners for locking into safety lines. Andrew and Hector prep their gear and double-check their backup supplies. You never know what might save your life on Everest.
Extra light bolts.
These are my old Faithful's good heavy-duty steel ones, which I'll use between base and Camp 2. But the good thing about these is that if my lightweight ones should break, these also fit my high-altitude boots.
Harness with jumar and eye screw. Okay. Polypro shirts, hats.
I just cut up a bit of sleeping pad foam and taped it over the head of the axe, because the reality is on this climb it's not very steep. I'll be using my axe more as a walking stick than as a climbing tool. So with my hand over the top of the axe all the time, the cold of the metal would suck the heat straight through my very heavy duty mittens and probably lead to frostbite.
There's probably
While Ben deals with more logistical details, Shauna packs her bag, then his. More than 5 kilometers above sea level is a rough place to live, but compared to where the climbers are headed, Basecamp is like a health spa. Climbing officially kicks off tomorrow with a trek over the icefall, a spectacular death trap that's infamous for having air pockets, crevasses, and an appetite for climbers. Climbing Mount Everest officially starts today. Team Discovery still hasn't formed a strong social bond. For professionals, that's no problem. In fact, it's normal.
Until now, no complaints. For as far as the core climbing team of Ben, Shauna, Hector and myself goes, I'm having I have a very good feeling. I very much enjoy Hector's company and trekking with Hector. I'm sure he's going to be very strong on the mountain. Ben obviously is very tied up with the management and logistical side of this expedition, and that should ease off for him in the next few days. So haven't had much interaction with him.
I feel very good about how things are coming together right now. Both Andrew and Hector are pretty much as advertised, real hard men.
I'm feeling very good about the whole team, about everyone that's gonna be on the climb. Especially, I really like Ben's way of leading this team, you know.
Shauna is very quiet, but she's very nice, and I'm sure she's keen to get on with the climb as well.
Every day that I wake up, I sort of have to pinch myself and say, here you are, you're at Everest, you're doing this, you're one of the climbers, you're not just one of the trekkers coming up here.
So, all in all, pretty happy.
Everest could be considered the world's ultimate obstacle course, where a mistake could end your life. Today, the team turns their back on the safety of Basecamp. Destination, Camp 1, which has already been set up by the Sherpas. Getting there is no cakewalk. For starters, they must negotiate the Khumbu Icefall, a deadly mess of slow-moving ice, riddled with crevasses, drop-offs, and the ghosts of 20 fallen climbers.
Easiest way to describe the Khumbu Icefall for a layman is think of it as a moving river of ice. You have to make your peace before you even go into it.
Before anyone from the core team sets foot onto the icefall, lead Sherpa climber Lhakpa Gelu gets the juniper fire going strong. Prayers are said, thoughts are gathered, and the climb is on. The icefall is one of the most dangerous sections on the entire mountain. 10% of Everest deaths happen here. Unfortunately, climbers must travel back and forth over this minefield repeatedly if they're going to summit. And they never get used to the icefall because it's a flowing, freezing, thawing, cracking, shifting glacier that is different every day. Even the marked trail moves and warps. Sometimes it breaks away to nothing, vanishing right out from under the feet of a climber. When this happens, the Sherpas call it a one-way ticket to America.
In all the seasons that I've been here, this icefall has never been the same 2 times running. It's just so broken up, just so chopped up every single time. You feel those little rumbles, those little thumps underneath your feet. And you just never know if it's the little one or the big one. I'm always glad to get out of here.
Getting through the icefall is scheduled to take 4 hours. If they do it and reach Camp 1, the team will have gained 600 meters in altitude. That's like climbing to the top of Toronto's CN Tower twice. Some crevasses are small enough to leap. Bigger ones are bridged with aluminum ladders. Meet the Icefall Doctor, perhaps the most famous man on Mount Everest. For 28 years, this Sherpa has made it his business to bridge any gap in the icefall. This particular crevasse has been spanned by 4 household ladders, lashed together with half-inch polypropylene rope. Head Sherpa Lhakpa Gelu is very familiar with the skywalks constructed by his friend. Still, he clips his harness into the safety line before setting across. Structural engineering has turned into a family business for the Icefall Doctor. This year, his son is working with him. After 5 hours of climbing, the team stands in a dreamland 5,900 meters above sea level, a full kilometer higher than any peak in Europe. The icefall is behind them, but that's little comfort. This beautiful weather is creating perfect avalanche conditions. Discovery has made it to the first of 4 camps they plan to establish on the face of Mount Everest. This is an exciting day. Being here means the dream has really begun.
And I'm happy to be up here. Before you spend your first night up here, you really don't feel like you're actually climbing the mountain. So tonight's gonna be our first night up here, for 4 of us at least, and that's always good. The first, as I said, the first night. See what tomorrow brings.
Tomorrow brings snow. It snows deep into the night. The following morning, snow falls again, this time from a clear blue sky. As dawn breaks on the mountain, an avalanche breaks off it.
This morning, we had 2 big releases. Doesn't surprise me because it snowed quite a bit. And you can see, if you looking at these mountains or at these faces yesterday, there was quite some ice there. So all the snow that fell last night wouldn't stick to that ice. So the moment the temperature changed a little bit, boom, then that's when the release occurs. I'm sure we're gonna be seeing more today. It's a clear day, no clouds, so the sun is gonna hit hard on those slopes, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna be seeing a few more and big ones too.
On Everest, avalanches are simply a way of life. They are also a way of death. When you dive deep underwater, pressure can force your eardrum to flex inward, causing intense pain. At altitude, the phenomenon is reversed, and it can feel like your head will explode.
And it's like somebody's taking a couple of needles and is just driving into the ears. At the moment.
Do you want me to radio down to Matt and ask him if he...
Well, I just took some sinus medicine. I'm hoping that'll help clear the passages. But this is not a lot of fun at the moment. And every time I try to blow my nose, all I hear is crackling and popping in my ears, and just intensifies the pain. So these things are gonna have to open up and drain. This is the small little things like this that are really common here. You have periods of just uncomfortableness, and you just sort of deal with it, and hopefully it clears up.
Even without a sinus condition, Everest can be a high-pressure head game. You want your thoughts to remain positive. However, there are variables beyond your control, like who sets up camp beside you. In Camp 1, Team Discovery has a neighbor whose presence is messing with Hector's head. Meet Andreas, leader of a climbing team that has the same summit plan as Team Discovery. Andreas and Hector have a long and shocking personal history that is so full of life and death, it's almost impossible for non-climbers to believe.
I know some of the guys in this team, specifically this guy named Andres. I climbed a lot with him in the past. We haven't climbed though in many years.
Why haven't they climbed in many years? In 1996, Hector saved Andreas' life on this very mountain. Then, a few years later, Andreas left Hector for dead in a deep crevasse of ice. Hector survived and vowed never to climb with Andreas again. At today's frigid reunion, their history goes unmentioned. Climbing Mount Everest allows no room for personal politics, just work. The next goal is to fix safety ropes on the Lhotse face. Once in place, every climbing team will be able to climb into these communal ropes and use them for going up and down. The exhausting work of fixing the lines is usually done by Sherpas, but Hector wants to be involved and challenges Andreas to join him.
Our proposition would be, you guys go down now, right?
Yeah.
You think you can wait down there for 4 or 5 days? Then we come down, rest 2 or 3 days, then I come up with you, and I'll bring 2 of my Sherpas. As far as rope goes, we have enough, and then we'll start fixing the Lhotse face, and if we can make it in 1 day up to Camp 3. Sounds good?
I'm sure on a long day we can make it to Camp 3. We were thinking of rest 3 days, but we can take 4 or 5, whatever is needed, so you can, we'll catch up with your itinerary.
Good.
And for sure we can put up 2 or 3 Sherpas and some rope. And
if the Lhotse face doesn't get fixed early, then everything is pushed back 2 or 3 weeks, and we don't want that. We want to be ready by the beginning of May, and then if the weather allows, have an early summit.
Get better. Not as painful.
The team spends 2 lightheaded days at Camp 1. Oxygen levels here are half what they are at sea level. Lack of oxygen can confuse climbers. It's time to go back to base camp. For Shauna, it will be a paralyzing trip through the icefall. Team Discovery's camp has 25 tents. It's basically a neighborhood in a small village. Overall, Basecamp is home to 19 climbing teams. This Chilean team is one of them. British socialite Annabelle Bond is climbing with the Chilean team. Annabelle doesn't fit the stereotypical image of a grisly Mount Everest assaulter, but she is ready to take on this challenge with that same flair that women in her family have shown for generations.
My grandmother was one of the first Western women at altitude in Nepal, so I've got pictures of her in 1929 in the cool goggles and kind of blazers and +4s, and set against backgrounds like right behind me. And she's looking down in her crampons, and that's always been an inspiration to me. And she's still alive now, she's 96, and she's following this climb.
Annabelle's father owns the Hong Kong Bank. 50-year-old Chilean team leader Andronico Luksic also owns a bank. It costs a mountain of money to climb Everest, and 2 very different kinds of people manage to get here. Dedicated first-class mountaineers and globe-trotting adventurers who can afford it.
On the last climb we did in Chile, I got frostbite on the end of all my fingers because we had to keep taking off and putting on our crampons, and I had completely inappropriate gloves. So I still have really bad ends of my fingers, which I'm kind of worried about. Okay. Mum was the one that got me into it, and she met Andronico at a party, and she was bragging about my climbing, which I'm going to tell her to stop doing from now on. And she was saying, my daughter's a climber. And he's like, would she like to come to Everest? And without even consulting me, she said, yeah. So the next thing you know, she wakes me up. I'm like, late night in London. And she's like, darling, you're climbing Everest. That's kind of how it came about.
Are these Mount Everest rookies ready for the brutal punishment that's in store for them, more than 8,000 meters above sea level?
Being a long-distance runner, I keep myself fairly I'm not Andrew Hector tuned, but my body's fairly tuned. Ever since I was invited to join the group, since August, I've been down. I've done, I think, 6 peaks between 19 and 22,500 down in Chile. And then I've been hiking the ski mountain in Aspen. Pretty intensely since August.
It's now the 2nd week of April. As Annabelle and the Chilean team set off for Camp 1, Team Discovery leaves there, headed back down to base camp. This season, only 12 women are climbing Mount Everest. They follow each other's progress through word of mouth and by listening on the radio. They may never meet face to face, but there was a sisterhood amongst them, complete with sibling rivalry. They want to know, how strong is she? How fast is she? Will she get there before me? Odds are strongly against rookies making it to the summit. It will be especially difficult for Annabelle because no one on her core team has ever been there before. All of Shauna's core team has stood on the top of the world, including her boyfriend, Ben. Some people wouldn't want to be with their lover on an adventure like this. It could get too icy and tense for the relationship to survive. Climbing Mount Everest is not a date. It's a brush with death. Early in the icefall, Annabelle is stopped cold by a single ladder. To get to the top of Mount Everest, you need determination and creativity. Annabelle sees an obstacle and gets down to it.
Do it, but I just feel more comfortable like this. Stylish, I know, but... Phew! Sorry. Just moved style. Oh my God. I have really sore knees.
The higher you get, the more you realise what a huge mountain this is. And, you know, there's so much that can go on up there. I think the whole climb is one tough climb. And anyone who says it's fixed lines the whole way, I don't care. It is tough.
So far, Team Discovery has had good luck on their side. The weather has cooperated, everyone feels strong, and there have been no real mishaps to speak of. Even crossing these breathtaking ladders has gone without a hitch.
Always in the back of my mind there is that sort of fear that one misstep could lead to my death.
Slow and easy now. Be sure. Good girl.
My crampon got stuck. I actually told myself don't look down because that's when you're going to lose it and you'll panic. So I just focused on trying little strategies to sort of wiggle my foot to try to get it loose, but nothing was working.
Take a step backward, Asha.
One step back.
Take a step back. Yeah. That's it. You're good there.
Team leader Ben Webster steadies the lines. His girlfriend is frozen in midair, just a meter from safety. The crevasse she hovers over is the depth of a 10-story building. Mingma Sherpa has seen enough. It's time to fix this problem and get out of here.
He came right over to me and he tried to loosen my crampon from the ladder. He wasn't able to. So he came up with plan B, which was to actually take my crampon right off.
Part of the reason Shauna came to Mount Everest is to do research for her PhD in sports psychology. Her thesis paper is called Motivation in High Altitude Climbing. As a psychologist, Shauna knows the danger of panic.
I think it's very important not to panic because if you do panic when you're on a ladder like that, the possibility of losing your balance and falling over is extremely high. So I think it's very important to try to stay focused. He took the crampon right off my foot and I was able to walk off the ladder.
In normal life, an incident like that would take weeks to become a funny story. Here, it's laughed about immediately. Climbers on Mount Everest live every second like it might be their last. It's the highest feeling in the world. On the next episode of Ultimate Survival, Everest, a sick doctor brings his virus to Basecamp.
Usually these things last 3 to 5 days, but who knows?
Ben descends to the edge of oblivion.
We're gonna go real slow and real careful on the way down.
And Annabelle stares death in the face.
I've just seen my first dead body, and I'm not really enjoying that experience.
On the last episode of Ultimate Survival Everest, the Discovery team arrived in Basecamp with a plan to climb the tallest mountain in the world and videotape every step of the way. So far, team leader Ben Webster, his girlfriend Shauna Burke, and professional mountaineers Andrew Locke and Hector Ponce de Leon have met every challenge the mountain has thrown at them. They have sidestepped avalanches.
We live to fight another day.
We cheated death.
Cheated again.
They've overcome changes in air pressure.
And it's like somebody's taking a couple of needles and it's just driving into the ears. At the moment.
And they've walked into and out of some very sticky situations.
I actually told myself, don't look down, because that's when you're going to lose it.
Under Ben's direction, the team has gone safely from Basecamp up to Camp 1 and back down again. So far, the quest for the summit has gone according to plan, but today is just day 6 of a 50-day schedule. Plans change on Everest. The mountain might even have a plan of its own. For the last 2 years, Ben Webster's life has been nothing but planning this Mount Everest expedition. Just getting the team this far has been a logistical feat of epic proportions. Consider, Ben has brought together an international group of 34 people, along with 6 tons of equipment, 3,000 pounds of food, 100 bottles of oxygen, 16,000 liters of fuel, and 1,500 meters of rope. He's organized everything from Nepalese park permits to yak caravans. There's little details like which kind of lanterns to buy, and big details like which kind of radio system to bring. On the mountain, Ben is the deal maker, the ambassador, and most important, he dictates how and when Team Discovery climbs. He's the president of his own small but expensive republic. This expedition is costing $500,000 US. The stress of spending that money has been splitting his focus.
I'm a bit worried about Ben because I know I can see that his energies are being pulled partially towards the project and partially towards climbing. And I've seen a shift over him in the last 48 hours where I can see he's now focusing in on going for the summit and climbing. So I'm happy to see that he's made that shift, and I think it was absolutely needed. It was something he needed to do because I could tell that he wasn't totally committed to the climb.
So it's going to be...
Unlike Ben, most team leaders don't do the climb. They simply run their expedition from Basecamp. Ben planned on being in top physical shape right now, but his organizational efforts have left him drained.
Really low energy. I've never felt this low on a climb. I'm usually a reasonably high energy guy, and it's really dragging me down, and I'm sure it's the sickness. So I'm hoping it's going to clear. It better clear, or I'm going to have a hell of a time up on the hill.
The plan today is to climb from Basecamp, past Camp 1, all the way to Camp 2, elevation 6,500 meters. Leaving early this morning is crucial, but Andrew and Hector haven't gotten up yet, and Ben has an equipment problem.
My problem is, something happened on my way climbing the other day, where I developed a real bad bruise and hot spot on the side of my foot, and I thought a couple of days off would help it, but instead it's
it's not, and any contact with the side of the foot is really, really, really painful. So what I'm gonna do, because I would prefer to climb today as opposed to taking a few more days off, I'm just gonna hack the crap out of the boot until it doesn't touch anything.
For the first time on this expedition, it's Shauna who is most ready to go.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I see today is the real game that's beginning.
But nothing is beginning. This day is getting off on the wrong foot. Andrew arrives. He hasn't slept. He aches all over and his lymph nodes are tender. As a professional high-altitude mountaineer, Andrew knows his body's limits.
I'm feeling better tomorrow, Carlo. Different outfit today.
Okay. Let's rearrange your plan here, huh?
Here's Ben's new plan. Andrew will stay behind, rest, and make his acclimatization climb when he's able. Ben and Shauna will still climb for Camp 2 this morning, along with Hector. That is, if Hector still feels up for it.
What's the matter with you again, Hector?
I had stomach cramps during the night.
Still?
Yeah, I don't know what was it. Came so sudden.
After reaching Camp 2, the team is supposed to sleep overnight, rest for a day, and then head off for Camp 3. It's a critical part of the acclimatization process, and it has to be accomplished sooner rather than later. But if climbers aren't healthy,
The best thing you can do is recover and get your health back, and then go up when you're strong.
bad boots and a mystery virus. Ben makes another new plan. The entire team will now rest one more day here at Basecamp. Then, they'll all head up for Camp 2 tomorrow with a rejuvenated spring in their step.
Hopefully I'll be up to it tomorrow, but really, with a niggle like this, if you don't kill it down in Basecamp, it just stays with you for the whole trip and can really get in the way of the summit attempt later in the expedition.
The stuff that's sort of been occurring around the expedition has been uncomfortable, and obviously prefer to have everybody, you know, on 100% healthy the entire time, but that's not realistic.
Ironically, the person suspected of bringing the mystery virus to camp is Team Discovery's doctor, Matt Arentz.
I don't know if you heard from Lama Jangbu, but did he come over here? I'm wiped. I've been wiped the past couple days. Most frustrating thing is it just won't get better.
The only member of the Discovery team who's healthy and ready to go is the rookie, Shauna Burke.
I was a little bit disappointed with the decision, I think, because I spent so much time last night preparing myself for today. I felt ready, mentally as well as physically. I had all my gear ready. I could feel the competitive juices flowing, so I was disappointed.
Just days ago, Shauna was worried she would hold her team back. Now, they're holding her back. The poet Lord Byron wrote, "I live not in myself, but I become a portion of that around me. And to me, high mountains are a feeling, but the hum of cities, torture." What would be torture to most city folk is a natural feeling for these two high mountain climbers. They have become a portion of the mountain, and the mountain has become a portion of them. Why do people come here? What's the point? For Will Cross, the point is simple. He wants to show the world that diabetes might slow people down, but it should never hold them back.
With diabetes, I don't recover as fast as a regular climber. So I have to take it slowly so that my body gets in tune with the mountain at a pace that I can handle. But I think when we have obstacles in our lives, it is our choice because it is our life to either get out there and get on with it or to not. But I think the world is a bigger place, and it's important to me to get out and see it.
Will Cross, a 37-year-old high school principal with type 1 diabetes, is an adventurer on a mission. In a series of expeditions that he calls the Peaks and Poles Challenge, Will has set out to climb the highest mountain on every continent and walk to both the North and South Poles. So far, he's made it to both poles, and he's summited 4 of the 7 mountains, with only the Russian and Australian left to conquer after Everest.
It's time to get the job done. So, all in all, I feel good. I got good teammates, good preparation, and now we just get on the ice and hope the weather holds.
Will's goal today is to reach Camp 1. To get there, he must navigate his way up, over, and through the treacherous Khumbu icefall.
Like you're running across like a slate roof, and at any point one part could fall in. And I actually started to hyperventilate, which I was not very impressed with. I mean, my job as a climber is to assess the situation, get my emotions in check, and do the job. And as I assessed the situation and tried to get my emotions in check, I just thought, oh my God, this is terrifying. They don't get any easier, that's for sure. That's a long way down.
As Will hones in on Camp 1, illness continues to ravage Team Discovery. Head Sherpa Lhakpa Gelu has come down with the merciless Khumbu cough. He's come to the Basecamp hospital for treatment.
Just gonna feel your neck. When do you go up?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. I think I can give you a little bit of codeine, but I also want to give you a breathing inhaler. I think will help a lot up on the mountain. Okay?
Lhakpa Gelu has made it to the summit of Everest 10 times. He didn't used to use Western medicine, but these days drugs are a part of climbing. The most common medication of this mountain is Diamox, a diuretic that relieves brain swelling. There's lots of antibiotics and painkillers too, but nothing can cure the Khumbu cough. Sometimes sufferers cough so hard, they break their own ribs.
You can start today and all the way take it with you when you climb. Morning and evening. I think it'll do a lot of good. Then I'll give you some pills for nighttime. That'll help when you're coughing at night. Okay. Try take a dose here. Okay.
Does me already.
Yeah.
– 600 vertical meters above Lhakpa Gelu, Will prepares to give himself a shot of insulin. It's a complicated process made more difficult by the temperature. If Will's insulin freezes, it becomes useless. At altitude, Diabetics also have to be concerned about circulation, infection, and sudden drops in blood sugar levels.
Don't try that at home. That should do it. I also need to keep enough blood sugar in my system in case there's an accident or a sudden need to really work hard, get someone out of a crevasse, move through an area quickly because suddenly it's moving. So in that sense, it's a lot different than someone who's just worrying about when am I going to eat, when am I going to drink. I don't have enough energy right now, and I know that I'm hydrated, so I know that I need to eat more food. But if I'm going to eat more food, I need to give more insulin to make me, because that insulin will make the food worthwhile.
The odds are stacked heavily against Will making it to the top. Not because he's diabetic, because despite his impressive resume, he's never been above 8,000 meters.
For someone who's never been on an 8,000 meter peak, of reaching the summit is like 1 in a 10% chance, something like that, something really low.
Annabelle Bond is a socialite daughter of a wealthy British bank owner. She's a mountain climbing greenhorn who has taken a serious risk by coming here. Mount Everest has killed many climbers who are stronger and more experienced than Annabelle, and she knows it. It's like she's trying to run before she can even walk.
I don't know if you could tell on the camera, but I actually had some panic attacks where I was finding it really hard to breathe. And I don't really want to let the team know for them to think that I'm completely neurotic. So I was trying to hide it, but it was like, this complete, you're surrounded by this seracs everywhere, and I don't know, I just felt a little bit panicky. I have to tell myself a lot that I can do this, that other people have done it, and I've definitely got the strength and the ability to do it. So I have to keep talking to myself and talking to myself that I can do this and not to get scared. I mean, I do get scared about crevasses and heights. This is one tough mountain.
This vicious environment attracts mostly men. Serious, focused alpha male men make up 96% of Everest climbers. Annabelle is different, not just because of gender, but also because of attitude. She smiles and laughs through every hardship Everest offers.
Ooh, I think I'm going to stay hooked in while I jump across this. Do I want to step onto that little piece? No. Does it feel like it's making you kind of hunch over? Or not?
Annabelle evolves as a climber and walks upright.
Oh my God! Heart attack. Oh.
Back at Team Discovery's base camp, Andrew is also on his feet. The team is weak, but desperate to get going. They can't waste any more time sitting here. If they're going to summit Everest, they need to climb no matter what physical condition they're in.
I just don't feel strong. I've been sick for the first, 3 weeks of the expedition, and it's taken a big toll on me.
This morning, Team Discovery is finally mobile again. Leaving Mount Everest base camp and headed for Camp 2, the climb develops a problem. It's Ben. The team leader feels weak. At Camp 1, Ben drops out. He needs to rest. Andrew, Hector, and Shauna press on for Camp 2, across the wide-open western Coombe. On Everest, there's a story in every tent. Today, Will Cross had a moving experience.
There were a few moments. There was one moment in particular where my teammate was down crossing over some ice and sort of the whole thing shifted, and that certainly was exciting and nerve-wracking for him. You know, you could feel the whole earth move, but you know, that's climbing. That's the reality of climbing.
To stay climbing, Will usually needs 6 insulin injections each day. If he misses even one, he will weaken quickly and could black out completely. Camp 2 is known as Advanced Basecamp. It has a well-stocked kitchen tent and a full communication center, all prepared ahead of time by the Sherpas.
Here we go.
You're the girl. You are the girl.
There you go. Enjoy, boys.
Shauna, Andrew, and Hector have arrived safely and are settling in for a full night's sleep, followed by a full day's rest. Ben knows that if he doesn't reach Camp 2 today, his plan will have to change again. Reflecting on yesterday, he already sounds defeated.
I just crashed and burned at Camp 1. And I really, my confidence was really low because it had been the worst performance I had had on Everest. On all the expeditions I'd been on up here, it was the single worst day I think I had ever had.
But when Ben rises, he feels new strength and makes it to Camp 2 ahead of his Sherpa companions.
Hey, Jonathan, good, you?
Hello, kids.
After a fitful sleep with his girlfriend Shauna, Ben is back on schedule and seems eager to move the team onward and upward, even if most of them are still sick. Here's the plan. Lhakpa Gelu, along with his cough, will lead Mingma and Hector, along with his stomach cramps, to Camp 3, and then even higher to secure safety lines. Everyone else will climb only as far as Camp 3, then they'll turn around. The whole team must be back here at Camp 2 before dark. Annabelle Bond and her team share the same acclimatization schedule as the Discovery team. In fact, a lot of people share the same schedule. The Lhotse face may look lonely from afar, but look closely. It's a very popular spot this time of year. Popular and deadly.
Going up the Lhotse face, which is a steep slope, at the very bottom is a huge crevasse. And that's where a lot of dead bodies have accumulated, just because they've made, you know, a small mistake. You know, they've forgotten to clip in, or they've, you know, clipped a crampon, or an ice axe, you know, blown out of the side of the mountain. And that's that reminder, and knowing that that crevasse is there. I think the first time when I cross it is going to make me think about my mortality.
The whole Lhotse face seems a little bit daunting. It's way steeper than I anticipated. And I have to say it's freezing right now. I think it's 6:30 in the morning and I can hardly feel my hands and feet. But anyway, we're here to give it a go today.
Going partway up the mountain and then coming back down again is a physiological trick that climbers play on their bodies. By going to a high altitude and then resting at a lower altitude, a mountaineer's blood changes and is able to absorb more oxygen in the future.
From my perspective, on no account would I say it's an easy mountain. Anything over 8,000 meters is something to be reckoned with, and I think you've got to respect the mountain. We've got fixed lines which help us, but you know, anything can happen out there.
You literally fall off the Lhotse face. At some places, it slopes 70 degrees and more. This is where survival really becomes an uphill climb.
This bit of the mountain that we're climbing through now is called the Bergschrund. It's where the Western Combe, the valley, meets the bottom of the Lhotse face. It's about a 100-meter ice cliff, and it's been the scene of many climbers' accidents. 2 years ago, the day I arrived in Basecamp, one British climber took a fall down the Lhotse face over the Schrund and was killed. In 1991, when I was here, one of my teammates was avalanched down the Lhotse face, and somehow, miraculously, the avalanche took him right over the Bergschrund, down onto the Western Combe, and he survived. The challenge for each expedition is to find a path through the Bergschrund which lets us avoid the steepness of the cliffs and get up onto the Lhotse face. And that's the route I'm on now. It's at the very bottom of the face. We have a long way to go to Camp 3.
Ben and Shauna move slower than Andrew, but because of a good weather forecast, they've chosen to start later. Today's climb will be the highest in the entire acclimatization plan. Every meter gained in altitude today is like money in the energy bank when the fight for the summit begins.
When does the panting stop?
Ben climbs out from the Bergschrund and onto the Lhotse face. There's a whole new way to die here. Look up, but cover your eyes. Shauna is below a group of climbers who are inadvertently causing jagged hailstones of ice to rain down the mountain.
Bit of snow shit. People knocking shit off. Always use your ascender when you can, babe. Because you don't know when somebody might knock a piece off or wipe you out. You got your carabiner, you go the length of the pitch. If you have your jugger on, you'll stick. May hurt a little bit, but you're not going for a long ride.
When Ben says jugger, he means Shauna's ascender, the essential climbing tool she's clipping in right now.
First pitch of the Lhotse face. Sort of a snow pitch. We'll get into the harder blue ice that you can see the climbers up above already kicking into. We'll try to get up as quick as we can in through here and get behind the queue of the climbers. All right, off you go.
This is steep.
Yes, it's steep, and it's only going to get steeper. Up. So, slow and easy. Key here is, again, regulate your breathing. You hyperventilate, and it takes you 5-10 minutes to recover. It's better to go slow, easy, stay at a regular heart rate. You know, if you max out, I've had my heart rate go up to 200 here, and it takes you forever to recover. So the idea, slow and steady, get your heart rate maybe 130, 140, and sort of cruise up.
On the Lhotse face, climbers' hearts can be traumatized emotionally as well as physically. Several dead mountaineers are frozen right into this ice, preserved for all to see. Climbing teams establish 4 camps in Mount Everest. Camp 3 looks like an unbelievable set from a Hollywood action movie. Annabelle Bond wants to get there and back down to Camp 2 before dark.
Kiko?
Yes?
How far do you think we've got till we get to Camp 3?
In hours?
Yeah.
2.5, maybe 3.
3 more hours?
2.5.
From here?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Really?
2.5.
2.5.
We have
But
to
I
climb.
thought it was just that.
We have to climb 250 meters.
Okay, I've just had the bad news delivered. 2.5 hours to go.
Maybe.
Help. I was thinking like 1.
Maybe 2.
Boo-hoo.
Andrew Locke knows rope. His life depends on it. What does he know about the rope he's clipping into right now? He knows he didn't put it there, so he doesn't trust it.
These fixed ropes are a great safety line, but we never know the history. Someone could have trod on it with their crampon. Ice could have cut the rope above me. It's a good backup, but the ice axe is my best friend on the mountain. I never like to climb without it. Okay. So, as you can see, it's bloody hard work climbing the Lhotse face. We're on a steeper pitch here. And below me, you can see how it goes vertical and then down into that bergschrund. Everything feeds down into that huge crevasse at the bottom. This is the reason why you have to focus hour after hour after hour. One misstep or one misclip and you'd have no way of stopping on vertical ice like this. You'd just be bouncing down the face until you ended up in that graveyard known as the bergschrund. But we seem to be doing okay. Hard glacial ice. This is really hard ice. And there's not a lot of snow cover. So we're kicking in here using a lot of effort and a lot of energy just to make sure our feet are secure before we move up the line. If there had been snowfall that had stuck to this ice, would have made the climbing easier, but that wasn't to be, so we climb with what we have.
Going up any steep face involves a routine. Rope is fixed to the mountain every 50 meters with titanium ice screws. Climbers must stop at each one of these. Ben moves his carabiner, which is attached to his safety harness, from below the ice screw to above it. This is when he's most vulnerable. It's clumsy, it's time-consuming, and when fingers get cold, it's dangerous. It's like unclipping and reclipping your seatbelt while you're speeding down the highway. Still, many purists believe this rudimentary equipment has made climbing Mount Everest too easy. They say these communal safety ropes attract hikers who have no business being on the world's tallest mountain.
This is quite a bit steeper than I thought. Going upward, you can't really tell how steep it is. But what's going to scare me the most is coming down.
An ear infection, a foot injury, and the ongoing stress of producing this climb are taking their toll on the Discovery team leader. If Ben crashes, the entire expedition could snowball into disaster. Headed toward Camp 3, every climber on Mount Everest comes face to face with the cold, hard reality of death. Annabelle Bond pays respect to the mountain and the fallen.
I've just seen my first dead body, and I'm not really enjoying that experience. As a matter of fact, I'm finding it really off-putting. And Camp 3 couldn't come soon enough in my eyes. I guess I'll keep going. I'm tired. There's no question, and I've got to go back down as well. So it's going to have been a big day. And I can't help, and I can see the body as I'm talking to you, so I think I might keep going.
Bodies are rarely recovered from this altitude. Frozen remains are respectfully dropped into crevasses, dragged out of sight, or left right where they fall. At over 7,300 meters altitude, just above the snowed-in Camp 3, Hector, Mingma, and Lhakpa Gelu are securing safety lines. Their goal is to make it to 7,800 meters, where Everest changes to yellow marble, a milestone called the Yellow Band.
Lhakpa Gelu and Mingma, they're beginning the first lead out of Camp 3 to start, fixing our ropes up to the Yellow Band. I don't know how far we're gonna get today, because it's snowing a little bit, and conditions of the snow slope don't look very good. There's some ice, as we can see over there, so might take some effort and some time to do every 50-meter stretch of rope up above Camp 3.
It's not the job of any one person or team to put safety ropes on the mountain. Weaker teams never do it. They wait and trust that stronger teams will spend the energy and the money installing the hardware. Once the route is established, all teams will use it. For Team Discovery, today's effort is the end of the line. They're going back to Basecamp when this job is done. Fixing the rest will have to be done by someone else.
I have to say, the altitude, I can start feeling it. We're at 7,400 meters approximately, and pretty much 1,000 meters above Camp 2. And now every step is really, really requiring even a concentration. It's like you have to take one step and think about 2 or 3 times breathing. So little oxygen up here.
Safety lines on Everest are usually secured by Sherpas and only Sherpas. Hector can't abide by that.
I really need to feel I'm doing my share of the fixing of the climbing, and that I'm earning my way up this mountain. If I don't do that, after a while I start feeling I haven't earned it, I haven't deserved it.
With Lhakpa Gelu playing out the line, Hector soldiers up the mountain. Also headed up the mountain are snow clouds, rising through the Khumbu Valley. Team Discovery needs to get up high for acclimatization, but they also need to get back down to Camp 2 before dark. Ben and Shauna are caught between their long-term goal and their short-term safety.
Well, the weather's started to come in, and little light flurries. Visibility, very little at the moment.
To fully acclimatize, the plan of every climber is to reach Camp 3. But before Ben and Shauna can get there, the winds pick up, the snow swirls, and they can go no higher. Leaving late has cost them. They have to turn around just short of their goal.
It's pretty hard to walk down when you can't see. Over.
Yeah, sometimes going down is a little harder than going up.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll talk to you in a bit. We're gonna go real slow and real careful on the way down. Over.
Above Ben, Andrew has made it to Camp 3 and is now beginning his descent with Annabelle, whom he knows from Basecamp. Further up, Hector, Lhakpa Gelu, and Mingma are also retreating. Blowing snow presents a world of trouble. Everyone high on the mountain has turned back and is headed for Camp 2. Now, it's a race against time. This weather is a big problem. When snow falls, so do climbers. And on Everest, falling kills. Thanks to this whiteout, Ben and Shauna can't see footholds in the ice. Deep crevasses are covered up, and the slippery Lhotse face is becoming an avalanche waiting to happen.
This has got to be the most difficult part of the climb for me. The scariest, I should say. Hard to see anything.
Hard to see, hard to breathe, hard to walk, hard to stay warm, hard to remember why you thought this would be a good idea in the first place. Climbing Mount Everest is like being on a rescue mission, except on this rescue, the same person is simultaneously the victim and the hero. This is what high-altitude mountaineers do. They spend their lives getting themselves into trouble, then getting themselves out. That's the buzz.
Very hard conditions to retreat. Very good decision to retreat when we did.
Ben and Shauna make it down safely, but things aren't going according to plan. They haven't climbed as high as their other team members. Shauna's having a hard time sleeping, and Ben is still suffering from the mystery virus.
I didn't have my A game today. I didn't feel strong, I didn't feel powerful. And I haven't for the last probably 2 or 3 weeks. It's just something that's ongoing. I think I have to get down into a lower altitude and get healthy.
With 2 hours of daylight left, people are waiting in Camp 2, staring up at the mountain, wondering, praying, hoping the next people who appear through the shroud of falling snow will be their friends, their team members. This time, it's Andrew and Annabelle, happily returning from their successful climb to Camp 3, 7,400 meters above sea level.
He caught me before I could clear my face. Thank you. I'm on my absolutely last cylinder. No good. It's been a really tough day. I've seen a dead body. I've had frostbite on my fingers. All captured by Andrew. Andrew saved the day by helping me get down. It was way tougher than I anticipated. I'm looking forward to going back to base camp.
With 1 hour of daylight left, the last of Team Discovery make it back. The Sherpas are casually drinking tea, warming their bones. For them, this was just another tiring day at work.
I'd say pretty much the wind chill was something like minus 20, you know, considering the air temperature and the wind blowing something like 40 miles an hour. So, as I said, this does wear you out. Yeah.
Now Ben's plan is to get the whole team back to base camp and rest for an entire week. As soon as they're in fighting shape again, Team Discovery will start up the mountain for the final time with 2 monumental goals. First, they plan on making it to the summit. Then they plan on making it back down alive. But on Everest, plans change. The only thing chiseled in stone around here is the mountain. On the next episode of Ultimate Survival, Everest, Annabelle is at the end of her rope. 2 climbers go missing.
This morning I've been looking at the Lhotse face, trying to spot people, and I haven't still seen anyone.
And Team Discovery's newest summit plan doesn't include Shauna.
I don't know how to deal with it. I feel like I'm waiting. What is going to happen to me?
On the last episode of Ultimate Survival, Everest, plans unraveled for Team Discovery. Ben Webster had maneuvered his climbing party into the head of the pack, but bad weather on the summit stopped them cold, allowing slower teams on the world's tallest mountain to catch up.
The word I'm hearing here is that they're prepared to go on this first window. Nobody's going to wait.
Worried about being caught in a human traffic jam, Ben devised a new plan. He and his girlfriend, Shauna Burke, will wait and head for the summit next week.
I mean, I prefer to go and try to get my, summit out of the way, but that's being selfish, so.
That leaves just the team's professional climbers able to summit with the crowd in the first window of opportunity. Hector Ponce-de-Leon is ready, willing, and able, but Andrew Locke is sick, flat on his back. It's May 11th. Ben and Shauna have spent 3 days down valley, recuperating in oxygen-rich air. They arrive back at Basecamp to find Andrew still under the weather. If Andrew can't get on his feet by tomorrow morning, Shauna might get to take his place in the first group of Team Discovery climbers heading for the summit. Knowing that his climb is on the line, Andrew gets to his feet and begins packing gear.
This has left me very, very weakened and quite concerned about whether I have the strength or not to make the summit.
Annabelle Bond, a British socialite, along with her climbing partner, 50-year-old Chilean bank owner Andronico Craig, are on their summit push. They've made it through the icefall and are headed past Camp 1 en route to Camp 2.
I think it's quite windy today, and on the 15th we want no wind at all.
As Annabelle heads onwards, Will Cross, a diabetic high school principal from Pittsburgh, sorts through his supplies at base camp. It's a chance for Will to take one last deep breath before committing to a summit assault.
It's kind of a silent moment around camp because this is what it's all about. This is what it's led up to. So there's probably a lot on our minds, and kind of thinking about the family, thinking about the whole project. It's up to me to get up that hill and back down in one piece. That's my responsibility to myself, and to be honest with oneself when you're up there. If it does start to get dicey, to make honest and accurate assessments, whether to go up or down, so that at the end of the day, you're alive and ready to go for the next one.
Will is taking a risk. The oxygen system he is using is new to him. In fact, it's a brand new product. The small aluminum tanks are lighter than the standard steel ones. It's probably fine, but trusting an untested product on Everest requires more courage than most climbers have.
Here's our goal. I'm just looking up at Everest. Seems a long way from here, but it seems like there's not much snow on it. Anyway, step by step, and I guess I go down into this crevasse. Hate it.
On her way to Camp 2, Annabelle will climb through dozens of these crevasses. The glacier is so carved up, there are more ladders here than in the icefall. It's like the landscape is made of enormous shifting ice plates. Annabelle will travel through this valley, known as the Western Coombe, with the blistering sun pounding down on her. When non-climbers think of Everest, they think of the cold, but some of the most debilitating conditions are caused by the excessive heat generated by sun rays reflecting off the bright white snow. Today, it's 35 degrees Celsius in the Coombe. It's like climbing through a solar oven. Annabelle is sweating bullets. The final crevasse in the Western Coombe is 10 stories deep. To position her feet properly, she's forced to look down. This gorge is bridged by 3 aluminum ladders lashed together with climbing rope. Everything about this situation is sickening to Annabelle. The view, the thin air, and the heat combine to make her feel like she might faint. This is no place to faint.
I've been feeling a little ill on the way up the Coombe. It's been unbelievably hot. I'd heard about the heat, but this is the first time I'd experienced it, and I've got a whole bunch of snow underneath my hat. I don't know what I've got. I've got like my panic attacks or some kind of nausea. It's really slowing me down. Anyway, I'm really looking forward to getting to Camp 2. Thank you, that's perfect. Thanks. Well, you're meant to finish each workout with a little bit of excess energy, and I'm afraid I've got none. I am on empty.
Annabelle is hoping to spend the night on a bed of rocks next to a snowfield at an altitude of 6,000 meters. That's a different part of the Earth's atmosphere. Camp 2 is so high, it's in the troposphere. Team Discovery's tireless head Sherpas, Lhakpa Gelu and his right-hand man Mingma, are in Camp 2 already, putting together a high-altitude communication tower. When this UHF radio antenna is rigged up, the preparations for the summit push will be complete. After climbing for 8 solid hours, Annabelle plods her way into Camp 2. It's been the most punishing day of her life.
It's a tiredness that I've never come across in my life before. In my sort of competitive running, I've never felt this kind of, it's a draining, I can't explain. I've always read about it and I just thought, God, those guys are unfit. And when it actually happens to you, you cannot literally get one leg off the floor. It's so exhausting.
Tomorrow, Annabelle will have her final day of rest, gathering strength for her last big push up the mountain and on to the top of the world. As the sun sets, Team Discovery plans for the worst. Death is part of life on Everest, so team members want to know their partner's wishes in case of disaster. Do they want their body collected? Should their remains be shipped home? To outsiders, this may seem morbid, but to climbers, becoming a literal part of Mount Everest is romantic and honorable. In the event of death, most climbers want to bond with the mountain in a way that no living soul can.
I've devoted my life to mountain climbing, so that actually I would like my body to stay in the mountain, definitely. If I happen to fall off a cliff or something, well, wherever I land, that's where I want to rest.
In my case, if somehow I was killed on the mountain, then there is a climber's code which I ascribe to, and that is to put the climber's body down a crevasse on the mountain if it's safe to do so. And that's what I'd like done with my body.
I try not to think about it too much. I try to push it out of my mind because it makes me uncomfortable just thinking about it.
For me, I've never really attached too great a purpose or whatever in terms of the physical nature of you being here. So once
once that ends, once the sort of spiritual thing ends or the energy dies out, then it doesn't really matter. To me, it's just, you know, it's litter at that point, I guess.
If it were to happen, I wouldn't want anyone else's life to be put in danger just to go up and get which I agree is just a physical body. I mean, just leave me where I lie. I guess I would just want my family and the people that I love to know that I love them.
If I have any wish or desire, is that it is not seen as a tragedy, you know. Mountains have given me so much more than I can ask for. So if it happens to me here on this particular climb, I really would want like all my friends, relatives, girlfriends, parents, just to see it, you know, as part of a life that I've been very happy with, and as I said, not to be seen as a tragedy, as something sad or terrible. That's something I would really like to happen.
At the crack of dawn, Andrew heads for Camp 2. He likes to leave early so he can avoid the crippling heat of the afternoon. Back at Basecamp, an offering of juniper burns for his safety. This smoldering fire is lit whenever a member of Team Discovery is on the mountain. At 5:30 a.m., Hector also heads for Camp 2, with Ben and Shauna hot on his heels. Ben has split the team in two. Hector and Andrew will go for the summit as soon as possible. Ben and Shauna will wait for the crowds to thin out. They'll try to summit in a week. Ben is climbing to Camp 2 this morning so we can organize the expedition from there. Shauna is going up to feel like a part of the team.
Try to put 2 on. No, 2 bars. You're balancing on 1. There. 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 Better. Okay, make sure. Hold it. Come on, focus. Lock it. There. There. Better. Okay, make sure. Hold it.
Before coming here, Ben and Shauna dreamed of standing on the summit together. Tomorrow, they'll stand together at Camp 2, waving goodbye to Andrew and Hector, who will make their way towards the highest piece of land on Earth. Shauna wants to go to the summit with them, but Ben is making her wait so we can stagger his climbers and maximize his chances of getting a video camera to the top. It's hard to believe that the world's tallest mountain would have a big city problem, but this morning, there's a rush hour traffic jam on Mount Everest. 50 climbers are on the same schedule, all hoping to summit on the 15th of May. Andreas Delgado is leading a commercial team in the most dramatic fashion. He's trying to summit without oxygen, a deadly proposition.
I know I'm gonna be sad if I don't make it. I'm not gonna die there. There are reasons more important to be alive right now. If I don't make it, I mean, I'm gonna give it as many tries as my strength allows me. But if I cannot make it, I'll just go home and hug my wife. Nobody thinks he's gonna be the one who's gonna die, you know? You wanna think that you're able to turn back before things turn too bad. But I want to show strength here, you know, trying, you know, daring to dream. That's what nobody dares these days. Dare to dream.
Will Cross dares to dream. This diabetic wants to climb the highest mountain on every continent and get to both North and South Poles on foot. So far, he's skied to both poles and has summited 4 of the 7 mountains. Everest will be the next notch in his climbing harness, if he can make it.
The only thing I question with Will is whether
he'll be able to sustain the breakdown that happens. And certainly once you get above Camp 2 and into Camp 3, the breakdown can be very violent on the body. And I don't know if his affliction will actually not allow his body to recover quick enough, or that the breakdown will be that much more violent with him than it would be with somebody else.
On her final day at Camp 2, Annabelle Bond is reevaluating her needs. Vanity carries a lot of weight for Annabelle, so she must ask herself, is she really dying to be seen in lipstick?
I was too heavy on my backpack. That's something I confess I was wrong. I had to give some of my clothes from my pack to Andronico to carry. And I always see this as a sense of failure, because I always think that you should carry your own stuff. That's part of my deal. I always bring, sneak in a couple of creams, my lipstick, and I know I shouldn't, so I always feel like I should take my own stuff. Anyway, Andronico carried a few of my clothes and my water, and we got to Camp 2 in like 4 hours, which is really slow from Camp 1. Miraculously, I felt a lot better when I got to camp. So I don't know, I have to take a good look at whether I'm focusing properly, like whether I've got the mental ability, which is what it takes to get you to the top of Everest, or whether I'm just slacking off a bit.
One group that never slacks off are the Sherpas. They work continuously and they get paid well. The head climbing Sherpa will make over $9,000 US, while men in the kitchen will earn between $1,500 and $3,000 US for their 2 months' work. This in a country where the average income is $250 US a year. This is a good job. Andrew arrives in Camp 2 and radios Basecamp.
Discovery Base from Andrew at Camp 2, over.
1,000 vertical meters below Andrew, his call is received in Team Discovery's Orange Dome tent. The communications expert, Mike Swarbrick, has been waiting with good news. The weather at the summit is changing. Weather on the summit of Mount Everest means basically one thing: the jet stream. Where is it? If it's cutting across the summit, the weather's bad. If the jet stream avoids the summit, the weather's good. Imagine you're in a jumbo jet cruising at 8,848 meters, the height of Mount Everest. Now imagine your plane hits violent turbulence. The wind that can toss around a 747 is the same wind that climbers must deal with. On the mountain, you can't buckle up for safety, so weather reports are listened to religiously.
According to the European weather forecast, 15th, the morning is a bit windy, calms in the afternoon. One potential problem would be higher moisture levels up to Camp 4, higher humidities. The 16th looks great and improves. The winds improve right through to the 20th, over.
Holy moly. Okay, thanks for that, Mike. That's great news.
The latest forecast is better than Andrew dared even hope for. A 6-day string of clear, calm days that could allow every healthy climber to summit without a problem. But that creates its own problem. Ben calls the meeting to talk about the weather and the plans of other teams. He thinks it would be safer to avoid the rush and let the other climbers summit first. Avoiding traffic jams is crucial to Ben's recipe for success.
Right from the beginning, when we had group discussions in terms of climbing strategy, it was always to push to the front edge, just so that we could not be caught in the sort of the masses, the lemming march that happens.
It might sound redundant, but when Team Discovery is climbing, Ben wants them to climb. He doesn't want them standing still, stuck in lineups, freezing to death.
The last thing you want to be doing is be in a position where you're in with 50 other climbers, some of which are very suspect.
In 1996, a pack of slow climbers held up progress near the summit and created a bottleneck of people. When a vicious storm blew through, 16 of them died. Ben's decision is to hold Hector and Andrew back for another 24 hours. It's a tough call for him to make, but it's even tougher for Andrew to hear.
The risk there, of course, is that we could lose the good weather. The forecast said the 15th of May would be very good. If that weather then deteriorates, we could have lost our one and only summit opportunity on this expedition, which would be quite tragic. But more tragic would be to get caught up there with other teams in bad weather and have another potential 96. So we've decided to sit here for a day. It's frustrating, but it's probably the best decision.
Decisions. Will Cross is moving so slowly, he decides to abandon his plan of climbing to Camp 2, choosing instead to stop at Camp 1. After living with diabetes for 25 years and climbing seriously for 8, Will knows the limits of his body.
Obviously now the sun's up, so the heat creates the Khumbu oven. We're actually just gonna stay at 1 rather than get melted by the heat in what the Swiss called, I think, the Valley of Silence, or the Khumbu up to Camp 2. Going up slowly, never a bad idea.
Everest may seem like a whole other world, but it's not. This is part of the Earth we all inhabit. Will is going to be reminded of that the next time he goes down to Basecamp. His wife is on her way there. She'll be waiting for him. Rising with the sun, Annabelle Bond is on pins and needles as she hugs her team manager, Rodrigo. This is it. She's headed for the summit of Mount Everest. Will she live? Will she die? All she knows is that her plan tonight is to camp just below the 8,000-meter mark. Tomorrow, if all goes well, she'll climb to the highest point of land on the planet.
A little bit of an emotional departure, saying goodbye to Rodrigo and Pipe. It really feels like we're going for it. There's a lot of people going up today. There's about 30 people ahead of us. I'm feeling good, just a little teary. But I'm sure I'll recover soon. Hope so, as the pain kicks in.
Team Discovery enjoys the luxury of sleeping in. Today is not a climbing day for them. Andrew and Hector will head for the summit tomorrow, while Ben and Shauna will remain in their cocoon until sometime after May 20th. Shauna reveals what it's like to climb with your lover.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
It makes the journey much more enjoyable and much more warm.
If they succeed, Ben and Shauna will be the first Canadian couple to make it to the summit of Everest together.
Yeah, it is. It's a double-edged sword, though, because you, on one hand, yeah, you get all the benefits of having somebody share your sleeping bag and the warmth and all that stuff. Flip side to it is you also end up thinking about that person a lot more, especially up on the mountain. So
if anything were to ever happen to me, I know that he would be right there to help me out, and vice versa. If anything ever happened to him, I would do everything in my power to help him out. So it gives me a lot of confidence.
That's such a good answer. Such the right thing to say, right?
But it's true.
Even though all the weather forecasts said that Mount Everest would be calm for the next 6 days, the wind is slicing through the western Khum, the valley Will is headed through on his way to Camp 2. For the climbers headed to Camp 3, this strong wind could shatter their dreams. Getting turned around by weather during the final summit push often means defeat.
You got about 50 people in place right now who are gunning for the summit, meaning there's high anxiety, a lot of physical output, and of course there's a lot of money on the line for a lot of people. And what it comes down to is high winds. Mother Nature taking control as she does and will. And different teams and their strategists now have to make decisions in terms of, can they get their guys to the summit back fast enough? Is it even worth going up to Camp 3? You know, are you going to get stalled at 24,000 feet and just exhaust your oxygen supply and your climbers themselves? So what you tend to have right now is a lot of concern about the weather and a lot of concern about what other people are going to do. Who's going to go for the summit when?
At sea level, Annabelle is capable of running back-to-back marathons. But this is not sea level. Halfway up the Lhotse face, at 7,000 meters altitude, she is more fatigued than she's ever been in her life. The air pressure up here is just 40% of what it is in London, England, meaning at this altitude, Annabelle must take 2.5 breaths for every one she'd take at home. Even resting, her heart beats twice a second. To make the situation more dire, Annabelle's hands are still recovering from a recent case of frostbite. The circulation in her digits is so weak that she's losing her grip. If she's not careful, she'll lose her fingers. If she's not lucky, she'll lose her life.
How would you? It's okay. Clap.
Real cold.
Welcome. Feel the hands?
Thanks as well.
Warmers?
Everything.
Yeah, okay. Good.
It's taking a while to catch my breath. My hands are cold, and I just feel like taking a breather. I hate having all these people behind me on the line. I really feel pushed to just go fast.
But Annabelle can't go fast. In fact, she can't go at all. She's unable to move her ascender.
It's exhausting trying to work your equipment with these gloves.
Annabelle doesn't want to be a burden on her team. She wants to be self-sufficient, but she's losing dexterity in her fingers. As a climber, this is where she needs to make a responsible decision. Is it safe for her to keep climbing up, or should she bow out?
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you.
She accepts the help from her guide and prepares to head stubbornly up the mountain. Armchair critics say the communal safety lines have made climbing Mount Everest too easy. They should come here and say that. Mount Everest is studded with haunting reminders that human beings really shouldn't be here. As Annabelle enters Camp 3, she arrives at the shredded tents that belong to a past team. These flapping yellow flags were supposed to be their shelter. It's not a comforting sight. After 8 hours of climbing, Annabelle can see her tent, but she wants to lie down and rest right here.
It's one hell of a mountain. It's one tough challenge, is how I would put it. You kind of glance up at the Lhotse face and you think, oh my God, can I do that? But I think if you just resort to that one step at a time and just take it slowly, I think it's, you know, if you feel good and the weather's okay, I think it's doable.
In the western Coombe, the strong wind is getting stronger. Will Cross is concerned about the gusting conditions, but he's even more concerned about his less than stellar performance.
No energy and no tank, which I don't recommend, because it hurts.
With the Lhotse face looming in front of him, Will shuffles toward Camp 2. Already there, Andrew and Hector giddily prepare their bags. Tomorrow they'll continue their summit bid by heading for Camp 3. It's the morning of May 14th, a perfect day for climbing Everest. At Camp 2, Andrew and Hector are making the final preparations for their big push up the mountain.
Just packing up the gear. Just about everything that we have here at Camp 2 needs to come with us to Camp 3. So that's our sleeping bags, our down suits, our mid layer of clothing, our eating equipment, water bottles, camera gear, all the big heavy mitts, sunscreen. It's going to be quite a load. We'll end up carrying not too much, but probably about 15 kilos. Whilst this extra rest day at Camp 2 was pretty much forced on us by circumstance, I think it's working very much in our favour. The weather forecast for the 16th is great. It gave us an extra day to recover at Camp 2 after our climb up from Basecamp, and I feel strong, I feel super psyched and ready to go, so I think it's really good. Yeah, happy to get on with it.
Shauna wants to go with Hector and Andrew, but Ben has made his decision and he sticks by his guns. He and Shauna will wait to climb sometime after May 20th, when the crowd thins out.
Now we can put juice powder.
My shot's waiting, but I'm actually super excited for the boys. I have complete confidence in them. I think they're going to do a fantastic job. I don't think anything's going to stop them except maybe, the weather or something that's out of their control. But I think everything that's within their control, they're not going to have a problem at all.
There's a joke that goes, climbing Everest is 50% physical and 90% mental. Hector understands. His mind has been playing tricks on him.
Was a little down, honestly. That's sometimes the problem of not doing nothing for a day up here, that your emotional energy just goes down. But once you gotta move, then it comes back.
Andrew and Hector plan on climbing to Camp 3 today. Tomorrow morning, they head to Camp 4. Then, in the middle of the night, they'll steal the summit.
Thanks,
My
Ben.
pleasure, guys. That's it. It's your story. Go tell it.
We will. Thanks for all the support.
My pleasure, man.
See you, buddy.
See you, Shauna.
Have a good one, eh?
Thanks. Yeah, we'll see you in a few days.
Talk to you soon.
Okay.
On the radio.
Yeah.
There's an element there of excitement to watch them go up and get it done. This is always an exciting time. Always, always, always.
A 1,000 meters above Ben, Annabelle has on her oxygen mask and glacier glasses. Underneath that, she has on mascara. All the essentials for a Bond girl headed for the summit of Mount Everest. This is a proud moment for Annabelle. Her impossible dream is actually within reach.
It makes all the difference, having the oxygen. I'll take it off to talk whenever we take a break, but it's enabled me to have a great night's sleep and see how we do today. I'm nervous, but I think that's only natural when you've got a climb like Everest ahead. But I'm feeling good here, and just give it my best shot.
Andreas is leading his team out of Camp 2. The members carry oxygen as a precaution, but they still don't intend on using it.
An incredible day for going up the Lhotse face. Beautiful sunshine, not too much wind, not too cold, and feeling on top of it. Can't ask for much more. This is great. Glad that we're here together.
Together is the operative word today. Almost 50 climbers have begun their final push for the summit. Their lineup on the steep trail looks stagnant, but it's not. Climbers are able to fall into a rhythm, with only themselves and the mountain in their focus. climbers head for the summit, one heads down. Shauna Burke feels ready to climb, but her boyfriend, the expedition leader Ben Webster, is sending her back to base camp so she can rest before her summit attempt, which will hopefully happen sometime next week. Emotions and mountain climbing are a dangerous combination. That's why you don't see many couples up here.
For someone I care about a great deal, very hard decision. And as she was crying in the tent with me, saying to her, you know, at the end of the day, it's my call.
I was very, very disappointed. I felt super strong at the time. I knew I was ready. The weather was great. And I know that when you're in the mountains, your opportunity to summit can be very minimal.
By sending Shauna down and me having to be up here to manage the summit pushes, I probably won't be able to get down for a few more days if I get down at all, depending on when the weather comes in for the next push. Very difficult. You can feel your energy draining every day when you're sitting up here, and not the best place to be. And then the knowledge that at some point, hopefully in the near future, I'll have to go high on the mountain and go to at least 8,000 meters, and that is a hard process for me right now because I do feel drained.
Ben is having second thoughts about going for the summit. He's been there before. He knows the pain. At the 7,600 meter mark on Mount Everest, there is a distinctive seam of pure marble called the Yellow Band. Incredibly, this area is full of marine fossils, meaning this piece of earth was once underwater. Annabelle would marvel at that irony, but she has bigger fish to fry. She has to figure out which one of these ropes is this year's safety line. If she clips into the wrong one, it could easily snap. Climbing up the Yellow Band is a hard way to have fun. The pointy steel crampons that climbers have attached to their boots are designed for ice. On marble, they're worse than skates on concrete. Even with bottled oxygen, breathing rates at this altitude are so accelerated, climbers sound like they're constantly panicking. If Andronico falls during the act of detaching and reattaching his safety line, his vertical drop will be uninterrupted for a full kilometer. Maybe he is panicking.
Just take a breath.
Down in the Lhotse face, the conditions for Andrew are not much safer.
Half the oxygen means my brain is only getting half the oxygen as well. Any mistake on the ropes is going to be fatal. So when I change over, when I come to a knot like this, I have to remember, first carabiner, then the ascender. If I do it the other way, I'm going to come unstuck and take a big fall to the bottom, as so many other climbers have done on this face over the years. We're very, very close to our tents at Camp 3, and I'm glad because although it's been a beautiful day, not too cold, the climbing's been fairly tough and I'm getting very tired. I can feel it in myself.
Back at Advanced Base Camp, things are a little more relaxed.
Camp 2, this is Camp 3. Do you copy over?
Hi Hector, how are you, buddy? I heard you're in Camp 3. Well done, over.
Yeah, we just walked into camp a minute ago and we're doing great.
Here's the situation, bud.
I don't know if your radio's been on so that you could hear this, but Here it is as an update. Lama and the Chileans just reached the call maybe 15 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, and it's just pounding in there.
It's freezing, and I want to get some sleep before we leave at 10 o'clock tonight to try and summit. We're actually waking up at 8. You can see the lack of oxygen in the air. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm scared about what tomorrow entails. Anyway, tomorrow's going to be one tough day, and who knows what's going to happen. I don't even know if I can do it. Anyway, that's it for the South Col. I want to put my mask on.
The South Col, Camp 4, the death zone. The place where Annabelle is right now is called many things, none of them nice. Annabelle is dying right now. Everyone at this altitude is. They need rest. The team will sleep, if that's possible, for 6 hours. Then, they'll head for the history books. The summit of Mount Everest is Annabelle's next order of business.
Camp 3, huh?
Camp 3. Good to be here.
The peak of Mount Everest is within sight. Team Discovery's professional climbers are in Camp 3, elevation 7,500 meters. Just staying alive up here is hard work.
We need to start melting snow right away. For that we need the stoves and the propane, and to drink as much as possible. Sometimes up here you don't realize it, but by the minute you're just losing water. You're dehydrating because you breathe much harder, and just for breathing you lose a lot of water. So that's what's next. Melt snow, prepare drinks, and just drink all afternoon.
Collecting snow for the drinking water, probably before we go tomorrow morning to Camp 4. We'll have to do this 2 or 3 more times to get enough water to drink and to eat tonight. I'm doing it now while it's warm. Hector can do it later when it's cold.
As a murderous wind rips through the Buddhist prayer flags at Camp 4, Annabelle sits in her tent, defying the skeptics.
So here we are, the eve before one of the biggest days of my life. Yeah, I'm a little teary, I'm nervous, I really want to do it. I know it's going to be hell. It's going to be pushing through a pain barrier, which I don't think I've ever done before. I need to get some sleep before I put in this huge exertion. We're thinking it's going to be 18 hours if we're lucky. And yeah, wish me luck. That's all I have to say. I wish all of our team luck. I guess we're feeling the best we can. My headache's getting worse as I carry on talking to you. Haven't washed my hair in days. Being a girl, that's important. And yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on the South Col. It's an altitude record for me. We're at 8,000 meters. I'm cheating a little bit because I'm on oxygen, but it's definitely a new high. And if I get no further than this, I've done my best.
Mount Everest can be a lonely place. Shauna is by herself at Basecamp, wondering what will happen to her dream. Ben is at Camp 2, stressing over details he often can't control. And Andrew is at Camp 3, dreaming of a meal he can't have. As the sun drops over the Khumbu Valley, former climbing partners Andreas and Hector share a moment of beauty and peace. For elite mountaineers, this loneliness is heaven. It's a great day to be alive. On the next episode of Ultimate Survival, Everest, Annabelle Bond goes for the summit.
That frantic screaming is because I'm about to run out of oxygen, and I really don't want that to happen.
Without oxygen, Andreas Delgado suffers intensely.
Ya, hombre, ya.
And Ben must reevaluate his own ambition.
I'm struggling. Feels like I'm gonna vomit most of the time, which is never fun. I'm just really suffering.
On the last episode of Ultimate Survival, Everest, Team Discovery felt the wrath of the world's tallest mountain. Expedition leader Ben Webster, along with his girlfriend, Shauna Burke, tried climbing to Camp 3, but were turned around by bad weather.
Very good decision to retreat when we did.
Professional climber Andrew Locke made it to Camp 3, while fellow hired gun Hector Ponce de Leon went even higher, to an altitude of 7,400 meters, securing safety lines with Discovery's head Sherpas. On that day, Hector, Lhakpa Gelu, and Mingma Sherpa were the highest climbers on the mountain.
We can start feeling the altitude, I think, huh?
Yeah.
Team Discovery is acclimatizing well. Now everyone is back at Camp 2 and is excited to be among the first teams ready to make their push for the summit. All they have to do now is head back down to Basecamp and rest for a week. How hard could that be? Like all of the great arts, climbing Mount Everest requires impeccable timing. To summit, you must take your cues from the mountain and from other teams. The 2-month climbing season is so short and is so popular that human traffic jams inevitably occur. Ben is trying to avoid getting his team stuck in a lineup, freezing to death. By arriving early and acclimatizing quickly, he's maneuvered Discovery into the front of the pack. Ben's plan is to head for the summit before any of the other 19 teams can get in his way.
Lots of slack, please.
If we can be ahead of the curve and not be around a lot of these other teams that will be slower in getting into position, and if we're lucky with an early window, we can get in and out before all the trouble potentially can start.
On Everest, crowds can be deadly. On the mountain's most tragic day, May 10, 1996, 16 members of commercial expeditions died after waiting too long at the Hillary Step, tantalizingly close to the summit.
If we can get up there early and try to summit early, it reduces the chances of being caught in a bottleneck with those commercial expeditions, such as happened in '96, where you have a lot of slow and inexperienced people that have to be shepherded with large numbers of Sherpas up the mountain. And that bottleneck occurs mostly around the Hillary Step, but it can occur basically anywhere on the mountain. If we can avoid that, then I think the effort expenditure is worthwhile.
Leaving early on minimal rest means that every minute of relaxation time is precious. But today's rest at Camp 2 doesn't seem like it's going to be very peaceful.
The wind right now is blowing pretty hard. It started like an hour ago and it doesn't look like it's gonna stop, so this might mean we will get snow again this afternoon or this evening. So let's hope it stops though, because well, you can see and hear how it moves the tent. It wouldn't let us sleep if it blows all through the night.
Tonight, Hector will have a hard time sleeping, partly from the wind, partly from the lack of oxygen, but mostly because a friend of his has lost radio contact high up on the mountain. The missing friend is Hector's old climbing partner, Andreas Delgado. Worrying about Andreas is a familiar feeling for Hector.
Last evening I went up to the Mexican camp and I found out that Andres and a friend of his had this plan of going up to close to 8,000 meters or even above, you know, that start of the Lhotse corridor. All throughout the night, the wind was blowing really hard. Even down here at Camp 2 we could feel it, so I really can't imagine what it was like up there at Camp 3 or above. So I really hope Andres didn't do what he said he was gonna do. But there still haven't been any news from them. This morning I've been looking at the Lhotse face, trying to spot people, and I haven't still seen anyone.
Hector worries that he may have to rescue the missing Mexican climbers. Andreas, who is attempting to summit without oxygen, is a risk taker. Hector knows he saved Andreas' life before. Hector is practically holding a vigil, waiting for the missing Mexicans. Why isn't Andreas answering his radio? Is he in a crevasse? Is he in a coma? Hector looks up at the Lhotse face, trying to will his two countrymen to appear. They don't. During his climbing career, Andrew has saved lives too. He makes sure the camp is prepared for any circumstance.
The trouble with the build-up of snow is that as it melts and then refreezes, we'll get a build-up of ice around the bottom of the tent, which makes it very hard for the tent, for us to pull the tent out of the ground when we want to pack it up and go away. And of course, as the snow melts, we get a water build-up which runs under the floor of the tent and slowly makes its way into the tent. So it's that hardening snow and ice that we have to be really careful of, otherwise the tent will be destroyed as well as being flooded.
Back at his vigil, Hector sees hope.
I can confirm that there's two climbers coming down from Camp 3. They're gonna have to be really, really careful, because this is not the kind of conditions in which I would want to come down, you know, strong winds. It makes things harder, as I said, and the Lhotse face is the kind of face where you cannot commit not even one small mistake.
When he was last heard from, Andreas was headed up to Camp 4, an area also called the South Col.
I didn't get onto the col because it started the wind and one of my feet was very cold, so I decided to turn back. And with this, I think my acclimatization is set.
Andreas is climbing without oxygen and without medication. He wants to feel every ache and pain.
My head was clear, my breathing was standard at that altitude. I was not suffering from aerobic capacity, I was just weak. Weak from fighting the wind, weak from having diarrhea 2 days ago, weak from the altitude as well.
For me, it's a challenge, you know, that kind of challenge, a personal challenge.
Three hours after they're first spotted, Andreas and his climbing partner Alejandro arrive safely back at Camp 2. They expect congratulations, but Hector lets Andreas know that he's not impressed.
I just talked with Jose Luis, your Basecamp manager. He was very worried because there were rumors of one of you lost above Camp 3. You know how it goes. Just talk with him and I let him know everyone's fine. I don't know, you know how it goes.
Hector stopped climbing with Andreas because it simply became too dangerous.
Andres and I went through some very, very, you know, difficult experiences together, you know. Back in Everest in '96, up high in the mountain. He tried for the summit on that famous May 10th from the north side, and he almost couldn't make it back to camp after he was hit by the storm, you know. And then he was so weak from like exposure to those elements that he couldn't come down. And I went from Basecamp to that camp where he was at.
He decided to save me. And go ahead and ask him. As I recall, he said, I wouldn't forgive myself for my own inquisitive judgment if I didn't give Andres the opportunity to live. That's the only guy I can for sure say that he would risk his life to save somebody.
I went from Basecamp to that camp where he was at, you know, pretty much unconscious, and helped him come down, you know. It was, I can remember, very, very tough 2 days in which Andres was so tired he only managed like to take a step and he had to sit down, you know.
I tried till my last drop of sweat came out of me.
I short roped him and helped him down.
You don't know mountaineering till you're there, until you're in a problem up there.
We've been together through a lot of these experiences, very intense, you know. South face of Shishapagma is another example, you know. Things got out of control and we spent like 8 days up high instead of the 4 we'd planned on. 3 of those 8 days without any water, any food, you know, we barely made it down.
Shishapagma is the 14th highest mountain in the world. While descending it, barely alive, Hector fell into a deep crevasse. Instead of helping his partner, Andreas packed up and left.
Hector was way behind and he fell into one of those crevasses. And he spent the night there. I remember at some point just looking back and watching at Hector at the dusk, you know, and I was like, man, this is gonna be terrible because it's a live or die situation. I don't have strength to go back and help him, but I don't know if I'm gonna see him again, you know.
Against all odds, Hector survived the night and climbed out of the crevasse. He staggered back down to camp, fueled only by the will to live.
At some point you say like, I hope he's okay, but there's nothing I can do for him now. And when I saw his red suit in the morning, I was like, thank God. Because if he had died at that point, I would feel guilty all my life.
There were also other things, you know, that from my point of view, you know, were unacceptable, were the kind of things you don't do to a friend and to a climbing partner, you know.
I believe I'm not aware of what I'm deciding up there.
I just decided what I was the rewards of climbing with Andres were not more than the, you know, a kind of inner conflict.
Don't judge till you get up there and live something similar.
What I won't do is, like, for instance, go together on an expedition with him.
Team Discovery is headed back down to Basecamp so they can rest up and prepare for their summit push. British socialite Annabelle Bond and the Chilean team she is part of are headed back down to Basecamp as well. But Annabelle has a problem underfoot. The brand new boots she's wearing are 3 sizes too big. To summit Mount Everest, you need to be on top of thousands of details. Getting even one thing wrong can be the death of you. Mount Everest Base Camp is the highest inhabited point on Earth. It's a small but vibrant, multicultural mountain village. For the climbers who live here for 2 months, life at Base Camp unwinds at a lackadaisical pace. People play cards, throw dice, read magazines, eat carbohydrates, sleep, wake up, and do it all over again.
I slept well.
So my tent's here. This is all our equipment stored in these barrels outside, just because to keep the tents kind of pretty free. As you can see, we're on this kind of like moraine glacier. It's kind of dangerous. I mean, half the time there's ice underneath the rocks, so you're kind of sliding all over the place. All through the night you can hear the glacier moving, creaking, and that's avalanches aside. We've actually developed a rather dangerous crevasse on our way to the loo, so you have to be exceptionally vigilant, otherwise how embarrassing, like falling at base camp on your way to the loo.
This is our most important delicatessen at base camp, pure ground coffee.
Yeah, I mean, you get used to it really. I guess all the luxuries that you're used to, after a few weeks you just become, you know, you don't take them for granted anymore. I mean, I can't remember what a loo seat's like.
Okay guys, I'll let her go.
Up to Camp 4 and up to the summit.
Technologically speaking, though, base camp is as up-to-date as anywhere on Earth.
Not 200,000 feet, 20,000 feet.
Satellite phones abound. Internet is everywhere. And fancy gadgets help stave off boredom.
I've got a little power source here. Charge the phone, charge the music, so there's always communication and entertainment.
If the forecast is good, Team Discovery's climbing Sherpas are scheduled to head up the mountain tomorrow to establish the high-altitude camps. That means a lot of heavy lifting. Ironically, these cumbersome crates contain only a few grams of supplies. It's oxygen, 3 full bottles for every climber. The gas may be light, but the steel tanks weigh 8 kilos each, half the acceptable load for the climbing Sherpas. We'll be stashing them at camps 3 and 4.
We have more than 100 oxygen bottles, 60 fresh new oxygen bottle came from Russia. Unfortunately, among more than 100 oxygen bottle, we find out 1 empty bottles.
The Westerners on Team Discovery are due to leave for their summit push in 3 days. It's down to the nitty-gritty now.
I usually find that there's so much dirt in these things. It takes 3 good washes to get it out. And then a good 3 rinses, I guess, to get the soap out.
Andrew is used to doing his own laundry. Single and 40, this former Australian police officer spends almost half of every year in the mountains working as a paid guide. Andrew's love of climbing began 19 years ago. In a Sydney pub, he saw a slideshow given by the first Australian to ever summit Mount Everest. Andrew was instantly hooked.
I climb for 2 reasons, and I think this is lost by a lot of people who come here. But I climb for the challenge that I can set myself to see what I can do on the mountains, to push myself to my limits, but also because I think this is absolutely the most stunning environment in the world. It's nature in all her magnificence, and there's nowhere I'd rather be. And
Andrew may look like he's doing his laundry all by himself, but like everything on Everest, this is a team effort.
Getting the water's a hassle, because it's the kitchen staff who have to go off to the glacial stream to collect the water. So it's hard work for them, troopsing back and forth to collect the water for the kitchen and also for the washing. And if I take a shower later on, in a little shower tent there, that's more water again. So I tend not to do it terribly often, but obviously I've got to do it sometimes.
Even eating at base camp is a chore. Climbers' appetites are diminished, but their need for food is increased. At this altitude, humans burn 3 times as many calories as they do at sea level. To keep them going, the Sherpas eat local fare. For protein, they rely on yak meat. They eat it raw, and they fry it up. Tea is the beverage of choice on Everest. Every morning it's served in bed, and all day long it boils in the mess tent. The Westerners aren't very adventurous when it comes to food, eating mostly packaged products from home.
Funny thing is with altitude is that no matter how many times you've been to altitude before, your tastes change. So what was really nice last time may not be at all appetizing this time.
And so we really have to sort of cover the range of tastes.
While climbing, junk food is the king of the hill.
Bars.
Almost every day, yaks come up with supplies. In today's shipment of goods are Annabelle's new high-altitude boots. To ascend steep slopes, climbers have to kick into the ice using steel spikes called crampons that are attached to the soles of their boots. This toe-kicking technique is called front pointing. Annabelle couldn't front point properly in her old boots because they were too big.
Oh, yeah. They were a little bit big, but in the shop, when you're walking around, it's not quite like being on the icefall. So I bought them, and on the icefall, when I'm like going uphill, my heels come right out the back. I mean, the boot, it looks like I've got a disconnected leg or something. And I can't front point on the Lhotse face. So it was just... So an urgent phone call to the States. I mean, it's just amazing that these things can show up here. I just saw a porter going past with Millet, and I was like, stop! Yeah, this is my proper shoe size. The other one was 3 sizes too big. Although these feel narrower than my other ones. Feels much better, but I have to now put the other inner sole in.
In 3 days, Team Discovery will be ready to go for the summit. But will the summit be ready for them? Andrew Locke is one of the weathermen on Team Discovery. Every day he checks the internet for the local forecast. Information comes from weather offices in Nepal, Sweden, and London, England. Today, the websites are unanimous. The weather at the summit is deadly.
So since we came down from Camp 2, we had our camps in place, and we're well enough acclimatized to make a summit attempt, but we're obliged to wait for suitable weather before we can go for the top, and also before the Sherps can climb up to Camp 4 and actually get some of our equipment up to Camp 4 for the summit attempt. And in that whole time we've had very high winds. Some precipitation, but that hasn't been the problem, it's the high winds. We're getting winds of up to 100 kilometres or more on the summit. And what we're really hanging out for now is the good weather spell, which will let us go up and steal the summit in the brief time that the jet stream moves away from the summit of Mount Everest, as it usually does each season. Still very strong.
The jet stream is a narrow current of viciously strong westerly wind that encircles the globe at high altitude.
The strongest winds aren't over us, but the tail of the jet stream is, and that's enough to stop us.
Will Cross, the diabetic high school principal from Pittsburgh, is also at Basecamp, resting up for his summit push.
Well, the game plan now is to rest for about a week, to follow the weather closely. There are a number of weather sources. Really, over the next week, we want to try and understand who's got the best sense of weather at which altitude. And then probably in about a week, start moving up the mountain and hopefully be in place when that clear zero wind window comes for the summit.
The lead that Ben had on the other teams is evaporating quickly. Every day that he is forced to wait means another 2 or 3 teams catch up with him. To make sure he steers clear of the impending traffic jams, Ben now has to work with the very climbers he was trying to avoid.
Maybe getting a bunch of teams to put resources, whether it be manpower, ropes, whatever, to break the trail on the 13th, so that then we know at least to the balcony, hopefully higher, it's ready to go.
And definitely we will love to try to move together.
Well, we were sort of counting on Discovery. I mean, you guys were part of the plan anyway. In terms of looking at a 4 or 5 team deal.
It's going to be congested. Half of the 19 teams are now fully acclimatized. That means over 50 climbers are ready to head up as soon as the window of opportunity opens. If it opens.
We don't dictate to the mountain. The mountain dictates to us. So if you have your plan, you say, I'm sticking to my plan, the mountain will have other ideas and you'll be blown. So
So teams wait. And wait. And wait. And wait. The weather at the summit is still deadly, but the forecasts say the window of opportunity will open in 4 days. Now, almost every team on the mountain is ready to go for the summit. Ben doesn't like the thought of his entire group getting caught up in the stampede, so to satisfy the needs of the project and to maximize his chances of getting a video camera to the top, he makes a new plan and calls a team meeting.
The word I'm hearing here is that they're prepared to go on this first window. Nobody's going to wait. From lesser teams...
Ben decides to break team discovery into 2 groups. Hector and Andrew will leave as planned when the first window opens. But Ben and Shauna will now wait a week to climb in the second window after the crowds have thinned out. Waiting until after May 20th is a risky proposition. The weather could be perfect, or the monsoon season could start early, wiping out any chance of a summit.
Like I'm saying that, it sounds good and you're pretty much assured in the 20s, but the only reason everybody's going to be pushing on this first window is because it's a window, and you climb when you have a window. If you purposely stand down off of a window, you're rolling the dice. It's Vegas at that point.
Everest is a high-risk poker game where the stakes are people's lives. Shauna struggles with the hand that she's been dealt.
To put Shauna on the spot. This is where Shauna's got to jump in and just voice exactly how you feel, because what's being tabled here is taking a guaranteed shot to a maybe shot. And how do you feel about that?
Well, from the project standpoint, I see it's a very valid point. From a selfish standpoint, no, I would rather go when I first see the first window and go and, see if I do have a chance. But that may be exactly...
For 12 months, Shauna has trained for this moment. Being held back now, when she's healthy and ready to push for the summit, is the biggest obstacle she's faced so far.
I don't know how to deal with it. I feel like I'm waiting. What is going to happen to me? And every day that we sit here, it sits on me.
Right now, every team is discussing the role that oxygen will play in their adventure on Mount Everest. How much O2 do they have? When will they use it? And where will they hide it? Believe it or not, oxygen theft is rampant at high altitude. Climbing teams stash their gas and then hope it's still there when they go back for it. Lhakpa Gelu and the Discovery Sherpas are headed up with the last of the team's bottled oxygen. Everest was first conquered in 1953 with supplemental oxygen. No climber made it to the top without oxygen until 1978. Today, climbing without oxygen is still very rare. So rare and risky that on Everest, climbers usually frown upon those who go without. Andrew knows the pros and cons.
What I've found in the past is that using oxygen allows me to recover faster. So for a given distance, a given height that I climb, 10 meters, 20 meters, whatever, when I stop to rest, I can start again faster, I recover faster. They're the pros. The cons are that if you run out of gas while you're climbing with it, you're going to be in a much worse position than when you started off, or than if you hadn't even used it, because you're likely, not definitely, but likely to suffer quite severe hypoxia from that sudden cut-off.
Hypoxia is simply a lack of oxygen to body tissue, including the brain. When hypoxia happens, a variety of disasters can occur, from simple queasiness and confusion to brain damage and death. Everest's peak is at an altitude of almost 9 kilometers. Oxygen levels that high are only 30% of what they are at sea level. The air is so thin, helicopters can't fly, and climbers can barely think. It's the goal of Andreas and his team of Mexican and Quebecois climbers to go for the summit without oxygen. But after a recent fiasco at Camp 3, Andreas is scrambling to keep control. A mutiny is brewing.
There was not enough rope, there
Hey,
were not
Tom.
enough anchors, there was not enough ice screws.
Tom,
Flat.
we're throwing the dice on something really difficult, which is trying to climb Everest without oxygen. And on the other hand, we're making some mistakes which shouldn't be done.
Some of the mistakes Andreas refers to happened at the 7,400 meter mark, a place where Sherpas refuse to sleep. Up there to spend the night with Andreas was Richard and Martin, who are both doctors from Quebec, and also Tom, a 58-year-old mountain guide from Colorado. They were in tents with faulty zippers, scared they had to make a choice, stay or go.
We didn't have enough brains to think and to look at the situation up there. When the wind started blowing that hard, I turned on to Luis and said, get dressed, get your boots on, because this is gonna go to hell. And when it breaks, we have to start running down. Yeah. None of you guys had its boots on, okay?
Our leader said, well, later you should have had your boots on, be ready to move down the mountain. To me, to have the boots on and ready to move down the mountain in over 100 kilometer an hour wind in the middle of the night where you can't see the rope, you can't see where you're going, and conditions were lethal. That's would not have been my decision.
The next time we get up there and we have to change plans, let's rely either on experience or on head.
And if neither of those work?
The best thing is to pray. Pray, man.
While Andreas relies on prayers, Team Discovery relies on experience and supplies. Before coming to Everest, Shauna had never been above 7,000 meters. She's never used oxygen, so Andrew explains the ins and outs of breathing bottled gas.
So there's a bottle.
Okay.
Read the pressure on it. Our masks attach to this white cap piece. It's just a bayonet fitting. Screw on, let it lock.
Okay.
Here's your mask.
Okay.
Flow rate. You've got anywhere from 0 up to 4 litres.
Okay.
And it's a slow progression. 0.5, 1 litre, 2 litres, 3 litres, 4 litres. That's maximum. You can hear it coming through the mask now.
Okay.
And you can see that it's flowing properly by that valve. See how it's sprung up?
Yep.
Shut that down, it drops. Turn it on, it comes up. So
Okay.
that's how you check. Every time you put a new bottle on, make sure that comes up when you turn it on, yeah? Okay. And we would generally climb at a flow rate of 2 litres a minute. And on a 3 litre bottle like this, which is fully pressured, this one's under pressure, but one with 250 litres pressure, we'll get 6 climbing hours at 2 litres a minute.
Above 8,000 meters, climbers breathe out so much moisture it can be deadly. Dehydration kills climbers, and condensation from breath can cause equipment failure.
We'll get huge icicles building up underneath this valve thing. From time to time you have to break them off. And in fact you can get icicle buildups in here, which is the oxygen intake. And if you find that you're suddenly getting very tired and you don't seem to be getting the oxygen, you take off the mask and you'll often find that there's ice in here, which you have to either chip away or break off or melt or whatever, so that the oxygen can flow again.
Okay, now if you wanted to talk to someone or drink something, how long can you take it off for?
You don't have to, you can talk through the mask,
Okay.
but you have to shout. If you take it off for as long as you feel good. It's quite common to take it off for some minutes at a time. We'll get to the balcony, we'll be changing bottles, we'll take the mask off, we'll be talking, all that sort of stuff. Summit, if we get there, you'll definitely take it off and be chatting and all that sort of stuff. Woohoo!
Team Discovery is all business. There's no room for emotion on this expedition. Andreas, on the other hand, is driven by passion.
You know, I was writing this morning that this should be a day to celebrate. But somewhat hit me this morning. My baby is at home without a father, and my wife as well, and I miss them. And that hurts, you know. That comes when you ease off your feelings. But it's just one more push. So let's make them proud. And that's what I was writing right now. This is when you miss them.
Knowing that they won't have to climb up the mountain anytime soon, Ben and Shauna head down to a lower altitude. The oxygen-rich air down valley will help their bodies recover from the stress of acclimatization. At Basecamp, Hector and Andrew prepare to leave for their summit push, which is scheduled to start in 2 days. That means packing all their life-saving necessities, like long polypropylene underwear and cute good luck talismans.
So friends gave me this as a good luck charm in 1997. And it stood me very well. I had a really epic climb in Pakistan that year, did a solo climb and had an awful bivouac at 8,000 meters without equipment. So it's come with me on every expedition since, and it'll be coming with me on this expedition up to the top as well, I hope.
Bart Simpson.
Oh, you need the Bart Simpson.
Yeah. Picture for the summit.
Shauna wants to be climbing. The longer she waits, the more she thinks about what might happen. These structures built by the Sherpas are called chortens. They honor fallen climbers.
There's dozens of memorials here to all fallen climbers. They're mostly Sherpas, but there are a few Westerners mixed in. It's always a very somber moment when we walk up here. All the memorials, a healthy reminder that once you get up on the mountain, it's serious business, you know. For all the joy it can give you, it can certainly create a lot of heartache as well.
At Basecamp, a new virus is ripping through the landscape, and it's planted itself firmly in the intestinal tract of Andrew Locke.
I don't know how long it will take to get over or to get strong again, and that worries me for the summit attempt. But yeah, it's been a fairly miserable few days, I guess. It's not uncommon to get bugs in Nepal, but normally I can beat them fairly fast. I've been coming long enough, I've got enough resistance. This one certainly got hold of me and kicked me pretty hard.
The weather on the summit is crystal clear. Tomorrow, Andrew's window will finally be open, and he should start climbing. Team Discovery Sherpas will have everything ready for him. Lhakpa Gelu is well on track to summit Everest for his 11th time. Right now, he's going strong at an altitude of 7,600 meters.
This piece is elephant, very difficult climbing.
Gelu and 5 of his best Sherpa climbers are headed for Camp 4, also known as the South Col. Here they will drop the oxygen stash needed for Team Discovery's summit bid. Genetically, Sherpas have thicker skin, and their hemoglobin is more oxygen absorbent than that of Westerners. But even Lhakpa Gelu suffers at this altitude. He works through the pain, stacking the team's oxygen tanks under a mess of rocks to prevent them from being scattered in the wind. With this job done, the Sherpas head down to Camp 2, where they will continue work building a radio communications tower. At Basecamp, the rush for the summit is getting underway. 9 teams begin their assault this morning. Amongst the brave souls is Annabelle Bond, one of only 12 women here.
It is, May the 11th, and we're going up for our summit attempt. I'm hoping to try and summit on the 15th of May. I'm terrified.
The race is on for the summit of Mount Everest, and the human traffic jams are already beginning.
I'm really actually nervous. I've got a lot of suppressed nerves in here. I want to go through here as few times as possible, so I'm praying that we've got the right weather window and we don't have to come back down to base camp unnecessarily. Anyway, there's a lot of people ferrying loads, going up, getting ready for their summit push, and we're one of those people. So fingers crossed for me. I better keep going to keep up.
Gaps in the icefall used to be bridged with rope ladders. Today, about 70 aluminum ones connect the dots. Annabelle is trying to take them in stride.
I can't tell you how much I hate these ladders. I'm walking today, but I might resort to crawling a little bit later on. But just looking down scares the hell out of me in case it moves. But anyway, at least I'm standing up today.
Although Annabelle was in the icefall a short 2 weeks ago, the area has changed dramatically. With the warm weather, it shifted and altered its shape, becoming weaker and more unstable. It's one of the most dangerous areas to get through and offers the first real challenge to the climbers.
This is how secure this ladder is, so I'm gonna help shake my way across. Ah!
Back at Basecamp, Andrew is still not standing up. He's supposed to start his push for the summit tomorrow, but the prognosis from Team Discovery's doctor doesn't sound good.
That over there is Andrew's tent. Unfortunately, Andrew's been in there all day. He's had a stomach bug, which has really kind of wreaked havoc on his ability to eat and sleep. And so we're going to take it kind of one day at a time and see if by tonight or maybe tomorrow he's feeling well enough that we can start to get him moving again.
On the icefall, Annabelle starts moving again. She throws around her 10-kilo backpack with hands that are tender and fragile.
Sorry about that. I have to be very careful with my hands. I've got hand warmers in. I had frostbite about 4 months ago, and the ends of my fingers are still really painful and are actually still numb from my trip to Camp 3 the other day. So I really feel the cold.
Annabelle's plan for today is to get through the icefall, climb past Camp 1, and make it all the way to Camp 2, altitude 6,500 meters. The 9-hour journey is a daunting prospect. It's the longest, hardest climb Annabelle has ever attempted in her life.
I guess I have to admit to myself I'm a little bit claustrophobic in there. I don't like the odds, I don't like the statistics, I don't like having these huge apartment-sized saracs hanging over me. So I like to move through fast. What can I say? I'm boiling hot. I'm exhausted.
On the icefall's final ladder, Annabelle is clipped in with 2 safety lines. Still, it doesn't exactly feel safe. It's hard to enjoy yourself in this environment, even when you should feel thrilled. Annabelle's team is in first place, and she is in position to be the first woman to summit this year. But is she happy?
Just torture.
10 short days ago, Team Discovery was leading the charge toward the world's tallest peak. Now, only one member is ready to go. Somehow the tables got turned. Ben was waiting for the mountain. Now, the mountain waits for Ben. On the next episode of Ultimate Survival, Everest, Hector heads off for the summit.
Full bottle.
Team Discovery's oxygen goes missing.
If there's any other Sherpa selling oxygen, we're buying.
And Ben continues to hold Shauna back.
For someone I care about a great deal, very hard decision. And as she was crying in the tent with me, saying to her, you know, at the end of the day, it's my call.
On the last episode of Ultimate Survival, Everest, 50 climbers began their push for the summit. On Team Discovery, Andrew and Hector are headed for the top, while Shauna headed to Basecamp. And Ben's climb became precarious.
At some point, hopefully in the near future, I'll have to go high on the mountain and go to at least 8,000 meters, and that is a hard process for me right now because I do feel drained.
Climbers have been living on Mount Everest for over a month. They've grown accustomed to this environment. Everest is their life now, and the acclimatization process is finally complete. That means it's time to lace up the boots and go for the glory. Time to risk it all. Time to do or die in pursuit of an epic dream. To stand on the summit of the tallest mountain in the world, Everest. The climb is on. Andrew Locke and Hector Ponce-de-Leon, Team Discovery's 2 professional climbers, have made it to Camp 3. Tonight, they'll get as much rest as possible. Tomorrow, they'll head to Camp 4 and then the summit. After all the hard work it took to get here, you'd think this would be the most enjoyable part, but...
This is probably the night when you think most of home and where you'd rather be than up here on the mountain.
As Andrew beds down for the night, Annabelle Bond gets up. A British climber working with a team of Chileans, Annabelle is preparing to leave Camp 4. She's a day ahead of Andrew and Hector, and if all goes as planned, she'll be on the summit in 14 hours.
I was so nervous. I mean, sleep was absolutely elusive. You can't really eat much. Your stomach's just like this massive notch. You've got this huge ordeal ahead of you. So, yeah, no, I was not particularly rested, I must say.
It's hard to sleep at altitude. Harder still when you know lives are on the line. Ben Webster, leader of Team Discovery, lies awake at Camp 2, listening to radio silence, just in case. At Camp 3, another team leader is in his tent, but he's not quite as stoic as Ben. Andreas Delgado is leading 6 of his climbing friends to the summit, and they're intent on doing it without oxygen. It's cause for concern.
I'm not only worried, I'm a little afraid. We have different standards. In the group, 3 people have been at 8,000 meters before, and 3 others haven't been at that altitude ever. And well, that worries me. First of all, for their own health, you know. And then I don't want to have any problems up there. And then myself, man, I'm really scared. Because I really want to give it a good push without oxygen. And I just hope it's not too cold, I don't get frostbite. I don't know if I'll have the strength, and I don't want to put myself in a situation where I need to be rescued or anything. I'm really afraid.
It's 5 a.m. First light has arrived, but the warming sun hasn't made it over the mountain yet. Next to Andreas' tent, Andrew and Hector wake up. This is not a get up and rush out the door type situation. There's still hours of packing and hydrating to happen.
I don't think either Hector or I got any real sleep through the night. We've got up at 5 o'clock this morning to start melting snow, because it'll take us about 3 hours to be ready to leave this morning when the sun hits the tent about 8 o'clock. So we're both feeling a bit tired, little headaches. Just having our first cup of hot drink, a cup of coffee this morning. We'll have another few cups before we go, I hope.
When Andrew and Hector leave Camp 3, they're headed for the history books. To get to the summit from here, there's an accepted strategy. First, climb to Camp 4, set up in the rubble of the South Col. Before it's midnight, climbers go again. By daylight, they'll be here on what's called the balcony. If nothing's stopping them, they'll traverse the southeast ridge and on to the south summit, where fresh oxygen is waiting. Then, it's the infamous Hillary Step, where so many climbs have ended in heartbreak and tragedy. From there, it's almost all done but the bragging. On the summit ridge, climbers instinctively head for the chunk of ice that is higher than any other. When there's nowhere left to climb, they've done it. They've conquered Mount Everest. Annabelle and her team are on the balcony, not moving. A human traffic jam has stopped all the climbers cold. Every team here hoped that someone else would be up early, attaching safety lines. That didn't happen. So, with limited oxygen, in deadly temperatures, progress is at a standstill for 30 climbers.
There's no rope and we're breaking trails, so it's really, really slow. Then there's a huge jam up here. There's tons of people, and it looks like we're the only people with rope. Anyway, it's tough, it's freezing, my feet are freezing, and I don't know, it's a long way up still, so I don't know if we're gonna, given that we're breaking trail, I don't know, who knows at this stage. Bye.
A team of Greek climbers thought they could ascend without safety lines. Now they've stopped too. Everyone waits for rope. Waiting is troubling. On May 10th, 1996, a huge crowd of people waited too long in this same area. By the time they summited, it was too late for some of them. A vicious storm blew through and killed 16 climbers.
4 times I wanted to turn back. 4 times because I was really frightened. I just thought, what am I doing? The Sherpas, I think, are phenomenal. They help you with your oxygen and they do, the ropes.
Sherpas from the Chilean team deal with the safety ropes. Everyone else stands around, conserving oxygen, waiting for the work to be done. Annabelle left Camp 3 with enough oxygen to last 18 hours. She's already used up more than half of that supply. And now she's going nowhere fast. Waiting like this is a colossal waste of time. And the clock is ticking. Annabelle has a strict curfew. At 1 p.m., no matter where she is on the mountain, she must turn around. Right now, it's 7 a.m.
It's freezing cold. I have my goggles on. I knew I had one shot. Ultimately, it's your legs that have got to get you up there. It's legs and lungs. That's the 2 things that take you to the summit.
Over 1,000 meters below Annabelle, Hector finishes bundling up his feet. Climbing above 8,000 meters is like walking on eggshells for Hector. 6 years ago, he got frostbite so bad, part of his big toe had to be amputated. By sheer coincidence, the man Hector was climbing with when that happened is camping beside him today. Andreas Delgado now climbs with Tom Masterson, a 58-year-old mountain guide from Colorado. Andreas and Tom are climbing without oxygen. Both have been to Everest before and feel that summiting with bottled gas is not challenging enough. Every climber comes here for a personal reason. Andreas is here to embrace the pain.
I want to believe, I don't know if I'll be able, but I want to believe that I'm capable of controlling that anguish that you feel, and that I'm strong enough to deal with the lack of oxygen.
Discovery 2 to Andreas, over.
Go ahead.
Are you guys still planning to all go without oxygen all the way to the summit, over?
Yeah, there's some backup plans, I would say. Each one of us is gonna have a Sherpa, and the Sherpa is gonna be carrying 2 bottles of oxygen for those who start from the South Cone without oxygen. And I am the only one who is starting without oxygen. If I don't make it without oxygen, I just turn back, over.
Okay, sounds like you got quite the plan ahead of you.
So best of luck.
You guys have a good day climbing, stay safe. Discovery 2 out.
Thanks, Ben.
It takes the average climber 8 hours to arrive at Camp 4. The day begins with a daunting wall of ice, a so-called heart starter. For rookies, the sight of these ruined tents might be a heart stopper. But for Hector, it's just part of the landscape. Besides, he's got his own problems to focus on.
There's a little wind, but it's not bad really. What is really bothering me right now is my feet. They are very cold. So I'm trying to warm them by moving them, and I hope now that the sun is hitting us, they'll get warm.
Pounding his feet into the ice to encourage circulation, Hector plods off to Camp 4. If he started breathing his bottled oxygen, his circulation would increase, but he can't afford to dig into a supply just yet. A full day ahead of Hector, Annabelle worries about circulation problems too. 4 months ago, she suffered frostbite in her hands. Today, she's managing well, but below the south summit, she's almost finished her first of 3 bottles of oxygen.
That frantic screaming is because I'm about to run out of oxygen, and I really don't want that to happen.
Annabelle Bond is everything you don't expect in a Mount Everest climber. Yet, here she is, 8,751 meters above sea level. She's on the south summit, which, on the grand scale, is very close to the true summit. On the local scale, though, there's still a long, frightening way to go. At Camp 2, people follow the progress as if the climb was a soap opera. When pertinent information comes in, team leaders inform their climbers. Ben is telling Andrew where Annabelle's team is.
And Andronico. So they're all moving from the south summit. They're on the traverse. They're just waiting for the lines to be fixed to get up through the Hillary Step. But things are looking great for the Chileans, over.
That's great news. Good for them.
Annabelle makes it to the team's oxygen stash at the tip of the south summit. She drops down to change tanks. It's sweet relief. From where she sits, Annabelle can see the summit, but it's still hours away. On Mount Everest, half a dozen climbers are leaving Camp 2, headed up the steep Lhotse face. At the back of the pack, a high school principal named Will Cross struggles like his day is finishing when, in fact, it's only just beginning. Will, a diabetic, has climbed the highest mountain on 4 of the 7 continents, and he's skied to both the North and South Poles. But Mount Everest is tougher than anything he's ever experienced. Will is headed for this desolate commune, Camp 3, altitude 7,300 meters. Not a great place to gain strength. Everybody at Mount Everest is slow, but Will is deathly slow. High above Will, Andrew uses 2 safety ropes to pull himself up the mountain. 60 years ago, the summit of Everest was as elusive as the moon. Today, with well-established routes and plenty of guidelines, over 1,200 people have made it to the top.
A lot of people say that Mount Everest is very easy. It's been climbed a lot of times. I'm one of the more experienced high-altitude mountaineers in the world, and Everest still brings me to my knees, gasping for breath. So, is it an easy mountain? I'll let you decide.
Rolling. Listo.
Hector clambers up the cruel rock face called the Geneva Spur. His former climbing partner, Andreas Delgado, is only a stone's throw away. That's unnerving for Hector. He's saved Andreas' life before on Everest, and he doesn't want to ruin this trip by having to rescue Andreas again. But he might have to. Andreas is climbing without oxygen. In Hector's mind, that turns Andreas into a ticking time bomb. Annabelle Bond has made it to the Hillary Step. Here, she must play Russian roulette with the safety lines. If she picks the wrong one, she could die.
I can't actually believe that I'm here. The snow looks really powdery, so I think it's going to be quite difficult. And I'm just trying not to get too nervous.
Annabelle is higher than any other mountaintop in the world. To her right, she has an awesome overview of the Himalayas. Straight above her, she has just 60 vertical meters to go until the summit. To her left is a deadly drop-off that plummets for more than a kilometer. She has only one choice: climb. In the last century, almost 200 people have died trying to climb Mount Everest. Annabelle Bond and the man who invited her here, 50-year-old Chilean bank owner Andronico Craig, have both made it to the summit ridge. With their teammates proudly waiting for them, Annabelle and Andronico take their last few steps to glory.
It's just such a huge thing, and when you don't think you can ever do it, but you do. I mean, the whole team were just, everyone was very emotional. It's been the most bonding thing with the team. I think that's to go through an experience like this together. We've all cried, we've all, laughed. Just being on the top there is something I'll never, ever forget.
Can't believe I'm here. It's amazing.
It's the most difficult thing I've ever done in my life. Just such a huge thing, and when you don't think you can ever do it, but you do.
Picture taking at the summit has always been part of the ritual, part of the Mount Everest experience. The Sherpas pose with objects that mean something to them spiritually, but most of the Western climbers pose with corporate logos. Andronico gets a Sherpa to fly the flag of his bank. For many, these pictures help finance the trip.
I can't believe I'm such a crybaby. My dad's company.
La Sosa, la yellow.
8,848 meters above sea level, Annabelle Bond is on top of the world.
I think most people are in shock that I've made it. I don't think people can believe that I've actually done it, which is a nice thing. It's good to surprise people rather than to have them expect you to do it.
Annabelle is ecstatic, but she's on the most inhospitable piece of land on Earth. Getting up Mount Everest is just half the battle. She still has to get back down, alive.
It's been a really difficult climb, and I can't even bear I can't even bear to think about going down. It just seems like hell.
Only 12 women are attempting to climb Mount Everest this spring. Shauna Burke is one of them, but she's not climbing. She's at Basecamp waiting for her turn. It's worse than frustrating. It's debilitating.
I've developed the kumbu cough is what they call it. And what it is it's this horrible dry hack that occurs quite frequently throughout the day, and it's very, very difficult to stop it. And for me, it's tied to my stomach, so whenever I cough, everything in my tummy seizes up, and quite often whatever's in my tummy will come out. So little things like that are, I know, going to make the climb very difficult. The fact that I've been up here for a very long time and that my body is depleting, that I've got the kumbu cough, that emotionally I'm quite drained, will make the climb that much more difficult.
Shauna wants to be where Andrew and Hector are right now. Camp 4, altitude 7,900 meters. From here, the summit is within their grasp.
Ben, this is Hector. Do you copy over?
Camp 2, this is Andrew, do you copy? G'day Ben, I'm on the South Col. Arrived about 10 minutes ago with Mingma.
That's great to hear.
We'll call up again a bit later on. It's pretty blowy here on the Col at the moment, so we'll chat later, over.
The Sherpa support staff set up Camp 4 last week, but since then, one of the tents is blown away. Hector and the Sherpas set up a new shelter.
We already have 2 tents in, and we need a third one. The wind is blowing pretty strong right now. I'd say it must be 50-60 kilometers an hour, which probably lower down wouldn't be so bad, but up here it's cold, so the wind chill, you can definitely feel it. It's important that we get this tent pitched as soon as possible so that we can go in and start brewing and resting, because we're pretty much living in 8 hours or something like that for the summit.
Camp 4 is in what's called the death zone. At this altitude, every climber is literally dying. They can't digest food. They can't sleep. They can't get enough liquids. Human organs are breaking down. People will leave all through the night with the goal of reaching the summit tomorrow morning. For most, it's a 14-hour climb in good conditions.
Although today was a very good day,
Very few of the parties that came up last night actually went for the summit. They stayed here today, which means that tomorrow will be even more crowded.
Hector and Andrew have very different strategies. Andrew will climb through the night, slowly and surely, while Hector will rest through the night. Tomorrow, he'll climb like a locomotive.
We'll have a group living roughly 10 o'clock, 4 hours from now, with Andrew taking off with Mingma, and about maybe 5-6 hours later, Hector's going to take off with Gelu.
Hector's plan is highly unusual. He wants to leave in the morning light. For most climbers, that would be suicide because they wouldn't be able to reach the summit until just before dark. Hector, though, can climb at breakneck speed, and his Sherpa companion Lhakpa Gelu is faster. He holds the world speed record for summiting Everest. Their plan has an advantage. Leaving in the morning will mean a much warmer climb.
I've always been very concerned about frostbite, and the chances that you're getting cold feet by spending, as I say, 8 hours in the dark are higher than if, let's say, I left at 4. It's only 2 hours before the sun hits me.
Andrew gets his oxygen ready. Oxygen use helps prevent two of the biggest killers on Everest, HAPE and HACE. HAPE stands for high altitude pulmonary edema, and HACE is high altitude cerebral edema. Edema is basically an excess of liquid in body tissues. So in the case of cerebral edema, the brain swells, and in pulmonary edema, there is so much liquid in the lungs, they leak, and climbers can suffer the ironic effects of drowning 8 kilometers above sea level. Andrew's mountaineering goal is to summit all 14 of the world's peaks that tower over 8,000 meters. So far, he's conquered 10 of them. Oxygen is not something he takes lightly. He always makes sure the O2 in his blood is at a level he can live with.
I'm measuring my oxygen saturation in my blood. My pulse is 101. My oxygen saturation just sitting here was, well, it says 79. Once I put the oxygen on, it will change.
The sun is getting lower, and Will Cross is not getting any faster. Straining at this altitude, Will's blood sugar is higher than normal, so he must take stronger insulin shots 4 times a day. He may be slow, but Will is getting it done.
You just had to gut it out, pull, and of course you're getting more and more tired. You get higher and higher, there's less and less air, so you're kind of slumping over the lines, and it was a lot of work. You're just not there. You're kind of outside yourself, moving slowly, and boy, you may want to move a lot faster. It's just not going to happen because you don't have the oxygen in your system, no gas in your tank.
Even without gas, Will makes it to his home for the night, which is at a personal altitude record for him, 7,400 meters.
Never been that high, so no, I really didn't know how I would react. I just knew it would be painful.
For sustenance, he inhales the meal of choice for most climbers at this altitude.
Heavy doses of oxygen. That's what we're having for dinner.
Annabelle makes it safely back to Camp 4. 20 hours ago, she left here with Andronica, her team's benefactor. After summiting, Annabelle descended, leaving Andronica with his guides. Since then, that whole group has lost radio contact, and by now, Andronica must be out of oxygen. For some summiters, their pride is short-lived. More people die coming down Mount Everest than going up.
We're not going to push the panic button yet, but it is tense. The last confirmed sighting was above the balcony, which is a long way away from the South Col.
On Mount Everest, you climb when you have to, not when it's convenient. To begin his summit attempt, Andrew Locke prepares to set off into the frozen darkness.
It's just after 9:30 at night, and I'm about to set out for the summit from the South Col, together with Mingma and Galjan, but it's cold. We need to get on with the job, so I'm going to throw on my oxygen mask now and start the climb from the South Col here at 8,000 meters.
There are 7 teams at Camp 4. All are headed for the summit tonight. That makes Ben nervous. He's afraid of crowds, especially in the dark.
The big concern is that absolutely everyone left at the exact same time on the push, according to Andrew, which means you have everybody and their dog at the exact same place on the mountain, which means that there's this huge cluster of people.
Angelica, yeah, congratulations. Andrew.
Oh, Andrew. Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Andrew stumbles upon Andronico, who is barely alive. When he ran out of oxygen over 4 hours ago, Andronico clung to life by concentrating on his family.
A long day for you guys, huh?
Yeah.
Much too long.
It's amazing, huh? You know?
What a fantastic job.
You climb with me.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Arthur.
How do you feel now?
Good for you.
Thank you.
You know, luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
At Team Discovery's base camp, Shauna sits in the communications tent, glued to the action on the radio. Her summit attempt will hopefully begin in 4 days. Alone, Shauna reveals how the waiting is affecting her.
Every day at Basecamp, I feel that I'm barely maintaining. So I know that, or I feel that every day that goes by, my chance is probably less and less because I'm losing muscle mass and energy and things that are very important to reach the summit.
The weather tonight is perfect. Light winds, a bright moon, minus 30 degrees Celsius. Andrew has been climbing for 6 hours. Hector is just taking off. Hector loves it here, not this location in particular, this altitude.
It's always fascinating. For me, breaking the 8,000 meter barrier is like stepping into a different reality, into a different planet in every way you can imagine it. You're on the very, very limit of where human life is sustainable, even with oxygen. So all of this adds up for as I said, an experience that just doesn't compare to anything. It's just beautiful.
As the sun rises, Mingma Sherpa calls Ben on the radio. Mingma and Andrew are so close to the summit, they can taste it.
Any wind up at the south summit? Is it cold or any wind? Over.
Oh, no wind, no cold. Very, very good weather over.
Is there a lot of people around you or ahead of you? Over.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Yeah, over.
Traffic jams at this altitude can be deadly. Inactivity promotes hypothermia, poor circulation, and bad judgment. But Andrew, a 2-time summiter, doesn't seem concerned.
I'm sitting on the south summit of Everest. Got here about 10 minutes ago. So it's been quite a long slog, and you can see behind me that it isn't over yet. We have to traverse across a very sharp ridge to get to the Hillary Step, which is a short rock buttress on that sharp arête that you can see in the background. And from there it's about another 100 meters of climbing to get to the true summit.
When Sir Edmund Hillary made his way up this rock face in 1953 with his Sherpa partner Tenzing Norgay, no other mountaineer could make it. Today, there's a stagnant pileup of climbers waiting on the Hillary step. Further down the mountain, Andreas has stopped moving too. Mount Everest doesn't suffer fools gladly, and people who climb without oxygen often pay a serious price. Andreas may be in physical agony, but emotionally, this is exactly what he came for.
Everybody's got its opportunity to suffer up there. Some people need to suffer higher to understand, some people need to suffer lower. Some people are so smart they don't even have to suffer up there. That's the essence of mountaineering. You're free to do whatever you want up there.
Behind Andreas, the team he is supposed to be leading walks on by. Everyone except Tom has sucked in their pride and is now breathing bottled oxygen. Andreas refuses to compromise. This married father is determined to risk his life. But here comes his safety net. Even though Hector left camp 6 hours behind Andreas, he's caught up with him. Hector wants to blow by his old friend without a second thought, but he's not that kind of climber. He slows down to monitor Andreas' health, knowing that he has a habit of pushing himself to the brink of death. Hector has passed Andreas and doesn't plan on looking back. If you're wondering who's videotaping, it's Lhakpa Gelu, Hector's Sherpa climbing partner. This is historic footage, documenting the full route up Everest has never been done before.
We are at the South Ridge, below the South Summit. This is the steepest part of the whole climb. Once we reach the South Summit, we're just gonna have the traverse to the Hillary step left. I'm still feeling good, and I hope it stays like that.
Hector is climbing like a man on fire, but it doesn't look like he's going to make it to the summit alongside his teammate, Andrew Locke. Andrew is at the top of this line, about to step onto the summit ridge.
I've just climbed out of the Hillary step, which was the last technical difficulty before the summit. From here on, it's pretty much a snow plod for 45 minutes or so. All around me, the mountains that previously towered over us when we were in Basecamp and in the lower camps, now have dropped well below us. There's nothing higher than us in the world, only the summit of this mountain, and that's where we're headed.
The path along the summit ridge of Mount Everest is the red carpet of mountaineering. From here, It's a prestigious, emotional quarter-kilometer-long trek to the pinnacle of all mountains. Not far behind Andrew is Mingma Sherpa, on his way to becoming part of a very exclusive club. If Mingma makes it, this will be his 10th Everest summit.
Well, we've done it, team. We're on top. It's a very nice view from up here.
Great job, buddy. Great job. Congratulations. How are you feeling, over?
I'm tired. A little bit emotional, actually. I didn't ever think I'd be coming back up here again. It was quite a slog. I think we're all absolutely trashed, to tell the truth, but God, it is an absolutely fantastic feeling.
Oh, that's just wonderful to hear, Andrew. And you guys deserve a view like that after the work you guys put in.
It's really crowded up here. It's such a fantastic day that I think we've got the company of about 20 other people. But it's a big summit. There's room for everybody, over.
For people who get here, Everest becomes a milestone. Life will be remembered two ways: before Mount Everest and after it. Gelu Sherpa, the man breathing fresh air, is enjoying his first summit. For him, this is a pivotal moment in his climbing career. For Andrew, his third summit is a chance to revel in his true element. Climbing like a rocket, Hector arrives at the Hillary Step. If Andrew lingers on the summit, Hector might make it in time to share the moment with his teammate.
This was the key passage for the summit back in 1953 for Hillary and Tenzing. He described it as a very, very technical climb back then. Nowadays, there is a lot of old ropes, so actually the only danger is picking the picking the wrong rope and that rope breaking.
So many old rope, right?
Yeah. So anyway, this yellow rope here seems to be the newest one, so I'm betting on this one. Okay.
Climbing Mount Everest without oxygen, Andreas Delgado is courting disaster. On the southeast ridge, he's so exhausted he needs to rest after every single step. Hector Ponce de Leon, on the other hand, is healthy and happy, just a few steps away from his third successful trip to the summit of the world's tallest mountain. Hector got from Camp 4 to here in a blistering 6 hours.
Yeah. Summit.
Lhakpa Gelu joins Hector at the top. This is Lhakpa's 11th summit.
This is Discovery 2. Go ahead, Hector. Super. Give my congratulations to Gelu, Songba, and I heard you're up there with the other members of the Discovery team. Great job. Give them my congratulations.
Hector and Andrew share a sublime moment on the summit. This is a time to feel proud, count blessings, and give thanks.
I'm very happy. 2 Sherpas I climbed with Lhakpa and Songba are the best. Thank you Lhakpa, thank you Songba. And thank Discovery, okay, for this opportunity to climb the summit of Everest again. It's been great. Thank you everyone.
On the next episode of Ultimate Survival, Everest, Will Cross goes for the summit. The Discovery team performs a daring rescue. And when they finally go for the summit,
All right, here's the situation.
Ben decides that Shauna will have to climb alone.
Give me 1 minute.
But I have to be strong.
On the last episode of Ultimate Survival, Everest, Team Discovery climbers Andrew Locke and Hector Ponce de Leon made it to the summit of the world's tallest mountain, just 1 day after British socialite Annabelle Bond and her Chilean teammates stood on the famous peak.
I can't believe I'm here. It's amazing.
While diabetic climber Will Cross was slowly heading to Camp 3, Mexican climber Andres Delgado was suffering through his painful attempt at summiting without oxygen.
Ya, hombre, ya.
But not every climber went for the top. Team Discovery leader Ben Webster stayed at Camp 2, and he sent his girlfriend, Shauna Burke, back to Basecamp. They're resting for their push, slated to begin in 5 days. There's been countless close calls this season, but mercifully, no deaths. However, on Everest, most lives are lost when the exhausted climbers are descending, and so far, no summiter has made it safely back down the mountain. It's noon on May 16th. 30 climbers are inching their way back down to Camp 4, having made it to the summit of Mount Everest earlier this morning. Passing them on the famous Hillary Step are more climbers still on their way to the peak. Most have a turnaround time of 2 o'clock. That means wherever they are en route to the summit, they plan on turning around at 2 p.m. so they can make it safely back to Camp 4 before night falls or the weather turns. Team Discovery are all healthy and descending well. So far, everything is going perfectly. Just below what's called the balcony, Andres Delgado is alone on his quest to summit without oxygen.
Still alive.
For a hit of energy, this married father sucks on liquid honey. Sucking on oxygen would help him more. Climbing without oxygen is almost impossible. Less than 8% of all Everest summits have been done without supplemental gas. At this rate, it will be almost dark before Andreas sees the summit. That's too late. He's climbing into unspeakable danger. human body parts, still swathed in Gore-Tex, frozen in time, remind climbers that if you falter, this mountain will simply destroy you. Andreas is unrelenting. Way down at Camp 2, you can't wipe the grin off Ben's face. Having 6 of his team members make it to the top is something he revels in. But when Hector radios down that a climber is in trouble above 8,600 meters, Ben gets right back to business.
There's an emergency high on the mountain. I just talked to Andrew. What has happened is our group, as a group descent, came across what I believe to be old Tom from the Mexican-Canadian group. He seems completely out of it.
It's Tom Masterson, the 58-year-old mountain guide from Colorado, who's climbing without oxygen. He's become delusional and irrational.
You can't go anywhere with a busted crampon.
Andrew tries to be patient, but Tom is ranting. He has broken footwear and his safety harness hangs sadly at his knees. Yet he's convinced he can make it.
Thank you, leave me alone.
I can kiss it.
If he's falling down now on his way up, he'll never come home. Stop Tom from climbing and help him come down. Can you do that? Can you rescue him?
Lhakpa Gelu and Mingma fix Tom's crampon. Tom thinks it's to help him go up. He has no idea he's being rescued.
Yeah, I said that Tom is now talking to an absent friend, someone who's not here.
Andrew has seen this kind of insanity before. It's most likely being caused by high-altitude cerebral edema, which means Tom's brain is probably so swollen it's squeezing against itself, causing confusion and a loss of motor skills. If he's unlucky, Tom could have a stroke.
I will go down.
Yeah.
No problem.
At Basecamp, Tom's team member Jose Luis has lost control of his climbers. While Tom's life is being saved, another team member is also in dire straits, having run out of oxygen. Once again, Ben informs Basecamp that Team Discovery is dealing with the crisis.
Luis, just below the summit, ran out of gas, and we were able to give him a bottle of gas. Our team was able to give him a bottle of gas.
Team Discovery has extra oxygen left over from their summit push. Hector prepares a spare tank with a mask and regulator before setting off to meet Andrew and Tom. Andreas has made it to Tom's side. Tom now breathes bottled oxygen, but he's refusing a deck shot, a hypodermic needle that would alleviate his brain swelling.
Tom refused a deck shot, but we should let me give it to him because he's definitely not on the same playing field as the rest of us, but he is at least using gas, so that's helping.
I think on top of the oxygen you guys are getting him, it makes sense to go ahead and give him the dexamethasone shot and the Diamox if you can get him to take it. Over.
Absolutely, I'll relay that up to Andrew, who's with the climber right now, and we'll get the information to him, and I'm sure he'll get back to us. Over.
Everybody's telling me to give you the shot. Okay.
Yes. Understand.
Okay.
Andreas encourages Tom not to take any drugs if he doesn't want to. Tom doesn't want to. Tom's teammate, Luis, has taken Andrew's last bottle of oxygen. Luis needs help to go down. Seeing his team in tatters like this, Andreas must decide which is more important, his own climb or the safety of his team. Wisely, he accepts oxygen from Hector.
Andreas has correctly decided to turn around and go down with the team. Very good decision on everybody's part. Unfortunately, it wasn't that team's day today. They've had a few incidents. So, as it stands now, their climbers have support, they have help, but it's going to be a very long descent and probably a very stressful descent down into the camp.
Normal rules of life don't apply here. For example, what goes up Mount Everest doesn't necessarily come down. There's a rescue technique called short roping. Climbers tie themselves together with a short rope. The stronger climber then lowers the weaker one. Tom is being short roped down by the Sherpas, while Andrew is waiting to help another lost climber.
Gas-wise, yeah, the Mexicans have enough gas to get themselves down. I lost my third bottle to Lewis earlier on. I picked up my first bottle, just a drag of it, and I'm running on a low flow to get me down.
From Basecamp, Jose Luis sends a message to his faltering teammates.
Just we wanted to tell them all to be brave and we are waiting for them here and that well, just be strong to come down.
Andreas leads the team down, revitalized by Hector's gift of oxygen. Above him, Luis is ready to be short roped down. Everest is larger than life. This vein of marble, called the Yellow Band, is the highest fault line in the world. Will Cross is feeling the strain of climbing up the Yellow Band. He's been on his feet for 4 hours, and he's not done yet.
We're rock climbing at 24,500 feet, and that's exhausting, even on oxygen.
So welcome, rock band.
All right. Yeah, we got about 2 hours to go. We had a death rock just fly by us, and the oxygen system's working really well. You can hear it pulse, and that fires the oxygen in to the system.
Will has climbed the highest mountain on 4 of the 7 continents, and he has skied to both the North and South Poles. Today, he's leading the 3rd wave of climbers headed for the summit of Mount Everest. 5 teams are leaving Camp 3 this morning, hoping to arrive at the peak 24 hours from now. If Will makes it to Camp 4, he will eat, take insulin, rest until just after dark, and then head for his destiny. But first, he must scrape his way past the Yellow Band. Annabelle and Andronico are both still higher than kites following their successful trip to the summit. It's an ecstasy that was worth every hardship.
Happy to be going down.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You're a great job, huh?
It was so tough.
Pulling himself up and over the Geneva Spur, Will is honing in on Camp 4. It's only half an hour away now. Things are going very well for Will. He was a little nervous trying out his brand new untested oxygen system here, but it's getting him all the gas he needs.
Oh, it's good to be here. What a wonderful place. Brutal.
As Will arrives at camp, he sees exactly what he's going to be in for this evening, when he must leave in the dark.
So now we hydrate.
Oh.
And I think the plan at the moment will be to leave relatively early. I tend to move rather slowly, on purpose. Got me to the pole. The reason for that is that's what works best with the insulin.
As he settles into his tent for some last-minute rest, Will hears a voice that invigorates him more than oxygen ever could.
Hi, Will. This is Amy at Basecamp. How are you, honey?
Hey, wifey, good to hear from you.
The climbers who made it to the summit of Mount Everest this morning are starting to filter back down to Camp 4. Most look worse for wear, but are stoked to be alive with stories of epic glory.
It's been a great day so far. We summited, all of us, 4 Sherpas and the 2 Westerners.
While the Sherpas wait for Lhakpa Gelu and Mingma to return, Will Cross waits for his wife to contact him on the radio. She has trekked into Basecamp to cheer him on.
Hi, Will. This is Amy at Basecamp.
Glad you made it up to Basecamp. How are things for you?
Things are great here, but I'd like to know how your climb went today.
Sexy climbing today. It was hard, it was high, and there were rocks and ropes involved. So if you can't get turned on by that as a climber, you're in the wrong game. It was a great day.
So you're feeling really healthy?
Oxygen helps and a good teammate helps. So we are hydrating and eating right now, and then looking to leave early. Copy that?
What's your estimated time for departure?
We're going to look to leave camp between 8 and 8:30 p.m., which is rather early. But as anyone at base camp can tell you, the last 24 hours has been epic, and we're aiming to avoid that.
Copy that, Will. Sounds like a good plan. That'll bring you home to me a lot sooner, so I like the sounds of that.
I have a turnaround time in my mind of noon to keep things safe and reasonable, and to put you and Max ahead of the game.
That's great, babe. Well, I love you a lot, and I can't wait to have you back down here at base camp safe. I know you're going to do well tonight and tomorrow.
Thanks, Aaron. It's good to hear.
Love you a lot. We're stand by.
Okay, babe, I love you so much. Take it easy. I'll be with you the whole time. I'll be thinking of you, and that's it. I love you. Over and out.
It's good to have your wife on the mountain. Very good.
Lhakpa Gelu and Mingma Sherpa are back at Camp 4. They're late and drained because they helped rescue Tom Masterson. Up high, Tom was talking to people who weren't there, and he was staggering like a drunk. Now he seems better, but he's refusing to believe he was ever in trouble.
Tired, but better, huh? Once you lose altitude?
Yep.
Okay.
Then, after 20 hours of climbing in the death zone, Andrew Locke comes back to camp. What a day.
Hey, Andrew.
He summited Mount Everest and helped save 2 lives.
You must be wasted, man. Good job. You brought that guy down.
Yeah, give him that.
Good job, Andrew.
Andrew is thrilled with his performance today, but he's only at Camp 4. It's too soon for celebrations. Down at Camp 2, happiness for the Chilean team is totally unrestrained.
Excellent job, man! Excellent, amazing! Congratulations.
Annabelle and Andronico receive a hero's welcome from their team manager, Rodrigo.
You did it! I knew!
Oh my god.
Okay. I made it, oh my god. Oh. Excellent, very well done, marvelous.
Thank you.
People climb Everest so they can stare death in the face. When death stares back, it either scares the life out of them, or it makes them realize everything they have to live for.
Yes, today, 3 things happened. One, my oldest boy graduated in America, in Boston. And it was his birthday.
Yeah.
And the other 2 smaller is also their birthday. So 3 kids with birthday. One graduating in Babson College. I keep saying to myself, I am not in his graduation, my first kid, and I'm not to it. I mean, it was difficult though. It's such a tremendous effort to finally say, I must come down to at least tell my family what I did.
6 climbers will be dead when this season ends. Andronico will be home with his family.
I think most people are in shock that I've made it. I don't think people can believe that I've actually done it, which is a nice thing. It's good to surprise people rather than to have them expect you to do it.
Alone in a tent, 8,000 meters above sea level, Will Cross administers himself a shot of insulin. He's exhausted, but ready to go for the summit.
Now feeling pretty good after a long day hauling up. Well, it's showtime. Now we gotta get out there and do it. Hope the weather holds. Hope the oxygen holds. Hope our bodies hold. And that's about it, really. Now we gotta do it.
At 8:30 p.m., Will Cross left Camp 4, headed for the summit of Mount Everest. It's 2:30 a.m. now, and Will has stopped just below the balcony at an altitude of 8,600 meters. His climb is suddenly, shockingly over. Trusting an untested oxygen system has cost him everything.
Problems with the oxygen. So, could have made it to the top, couldn't have made it back down. I'll tell you that much.
Keeping a promise he made to his wife to come home safely, Will sacrifices his climb and turns around. In the morning, Hector leaves Camp 4 headed back down to Camp 2. It's going to be a tougher climb than he had planned on because yesterday he gave away all of his remaining oxygen.
I'm tired, for sure. It's not the kind of fatigue in which you feel it from going fast or slow. You just can feel that your body has burned down to the last calorie. That's the kind of tired I am.
Will Cross arrives safely back at Camp 4. It's painful to think that if his oxygen system hadn't failed, he'd be approaching the south summit right now. Failure comes in many forms on Everest. It's what keeps this mountain so intriguing.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. You win some, you lose some. Didn't summit today. And that's obviously what we came to do. But it's a decision I can live with. And today was the right one. So, there you have it.
God, you know, what you have to go through just to get as far as he did shows that, you know, he's got great endurance, great strength, good heart, you know, strong mind. So I'm really proud of him.
Shauna Burke is leaving Basecamp, headed for Camp 2. She hopes to be making a summit assault with her boyfriend Ben Webster in 3 days' time. But while she's been away from him, Ben's body has weakened, and he doesn't believe he can summit anymore.
My first priority, and I don't have a problem saying it, is to get Shauna the best possible opportunity and shot. That'll be a defining thing in her life. I absolutely will go high, but I am worried about where I'm going to be when I do go high, emotionally, mentally, and physically.
When Shauna gets to Camp 2, Ben will break the news. He's not going to go for the summit with her.
I'm going to go up to the call. I gave a personal commitment to Shauna that I would see her off. So I'll climb with her up to Camp 4, at which point I'll sit with a safety Sherpa and several bottles of oxygen in case there's a problem high on the mountain, at which point then I'll be forced to climb with the Sherpa.
Since they summited 2 days ago, Andrew and Hector have been reluctant to celebrate. walking safely into base camp, Hector is ready for a party.
When I reach the summit, I never feel the kind of relief or even excitement that I feel when I'm done with the icefall. Definitely, until you're not like here at base camp, you don't feel like that relief and that excitement of having summited and all of that. Hey, Lhakpa. Thank you.
Tonight, the Sherpas are partying in the kitchen tent. This beer-fueled bash is their toast to a job well done. The singing, dancing, and drinking goes on strong, well into the night. Today is May 20th. After being away from his wife Amy for over 2 months, Will Cross is about to reunite with her. He's descending down through the last section of the icefall.
Will!
With so many stories to tell, he doesn't know where to start.
Oh, it's great to see you.
During his expedition to Mount Everest, Will Cross missed seeing his infant son Max take his first steps, and Amy Cross missed her husband.
Come here. I love you. I know, it's so hard. You're awesome. Oh, you did such a great job. I love you so much. Thank you for coming back down to me. Oh, you've got to be so tired. I gotta take care of you.
Beat.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You look great.
Yes. Well, that's good. I feel like dirt.
Can I take your pack for you?
No, it's okay. Yes. Gotta get my spikes off and eat some food and take some insulin.
Yeah, I brought it for you.
Okay, great. Everything to do with diabetes was fine. I mean, that was not the problem. Plenty of guys up there who didn't get as far as we did and who are just as tired as we are who don't have diabetes. So I think in terms of that, it was fine. I think the thing to do now is to go back to the drawing board and figure out what we can do differently and give it another crack another time.
Days turn into nights and nights into days, while Shauna waits at Camp 2 for the weather to improve enough that she can go for the summit.
At this point, all we're hearing from the weather reports is that the winds are high and that the humidity is high. It's not looking good, but I think that I'll get my chance anyway to attempt the summit.
On May 23rd, her chance finally arrives. In the last 6 days, several climbers have died high in the mountain. Still, Shauna and Ben will climb for Camp 3 today and Camp 4 tomorrow. From there, Shauna will head for the summit without him.
Well, it's gonna be a great day climbing today. Been waiting a long time for this.
Go time for everybody. All right.
Shauna is still suffering from the debilitating effects of the Khumbu cough.
Whenever I cough, I feel cramps in my tummy, and food will often surface, which is not very fun, but
All part of the game.
part of the game.
At this stage in the game, Ben feels even weaker than Shauna.
All right, buddy. Let's go do it.
That's it.
And we're off.
Last week, Ben achieved his professional goal for this expedition. He got a series of cameras to the summit of Mount Everest. Now, he's climbing to achieve a personal goal. He wants to get his girlfriend, Shauna Burke, to the top of the world. Ben heads up the mountain. It's the first bit of real climbing he's done in over 2 weeks. He'd rather go home, but he's made a commitment to Shauna that he is determined to honor.
how many marriages or how many relationships are layered with masks that we hold on to, and you really never get to know who that person is that's sleeping beside you. In this case, those masks will be dropped down, and it'll be raw and it'll be real, and it either brings you together because you're happy with what you see in each other, or it doesn't, it shatters it.
I think we'll learn a lot about each other, about our relationship, and if everything all goes well, I think it'll bring us that much closer.
Ben has been at 6,500 meters altitude for the last 2 weeks. Coordinating the expedition from that high for that long has robbed him of his strength. Halfway up the Lhotse face, just 2 hours into his climb, Ben is slowing down, stalling, fading. He can't take it anymore. He has to stop.
I'm struggling. Feels like I'm gonna vomit most of the time, which is never fun. I'm just really suffering. I'm really suffering today.
Ben and Shauna are supposed to get to Camp 3 today. At this rate, they'll never make it.
Alright, here's the situation.
Ben knows he only has one choice.
Give me 1 minute.
Ben is going to turn back.
I honestly believed that I could get to Camp 3, get on oxygen, and get to the call tomorrow to support Shauna and her bid. But I had no idea that I was this toast. I'm absolutely fried. I'm having a terrible climb. An absolutely awful effort today. I've never felt like this. I got nothing. I almost feel hollow in my body. I got nothing left. Less than nothing. Alright guys, that's it. I'm sorry, baby. Yeah, I know, I love you too. You're gonna do this. I'll talk to you on the radio. Love you, baby.
G'day Ben, Andrew here, how you going?
Over the radio, Andrew and the team learn that Ben is retreating.
So, absolutely, I'm descending. I'm going to send Shauna off. I can only tell you on a personal level, I can't even begin to tell you the sorrow I feel having made the commitment to her, to get her to the call and to be there during her push, and now to realize that I won't be because I'm not strong enough.
I gotta let Shauna go on her own, which is heart-wrenching for me. But B, accepting the fact that I didn't do what I had set out to do. Anyway, Ben out. I'll talk to you on the radio, and I'm sorry, love.
Ben doesn't feel like he's abandoning his climb. He feels like he's abandoning Shauna.
I'll miss him tremendously on the climb up. But I have to be strong.
You do gotta be strong, baby. It's your time. It's not my time. It's your time. All right? Be strong. Be strong for both of us. It's your time now.
Okay.
Ben comes down the mountain. Shauna goes strongly up the mountain. Arriving here means that after more than a year of preparing and training and waiting, Shauna is finally in place for her Mount Everest summit assault.
Welcome, Camp 3.
Well, made it to Camp 3.
This is Shauna's last gasp. Climbing season closes in 6 days. Her summit must come now or never. It's May 24th. As Ben arrives dejectedly back at Basecamp, Shauna is slogging her way up to Camp 4. With every step Shauna takes, she climbs higher than she's ever been in her life.
great new challenge. Not an easy climb. The oxygen helps a lot.
Even though Shauna is doing fine without him, Ben feels guilty for leaving her on the mountain.
I pouted for 20 minutes, accepted the fact that I failed, and that'll leave scar tissue, and I'll have time to deal with it with a bottle of whiskey 3 or 6 months from now.
Someone from the team has to be at Camp 2 in case something goes wrong up high. Hector volunteers to go. Shauna arrives at Camp 4 and discovers it's still an active village.
Nice to see there's other teams up here. We're not alone.
Shauna was told the weather up here tonight would be good. Apparently, no one told that to Mia Langsangma, the god of Mount Everest. It's minus 30 degrees Celsius. The wind is almost gale force, and it's getting worse. Even so, Shauna must be ready to leave at 10 p.m. That means oxygen, hot drinks, and 10 hours of rest.
Basecamp to South Call, over.
From the Basecamp communications tent, Ben speaks with Shauna at Camp 4 and Hector at Camp 2. It's an hour before Shauna is supposed to leave for the summit, but the weather is too grim for climbing.
The winds are still pretty strong up here. Yeah. Let's hope it dies down.
Hi, Hector. I hear you got bad weather there.
We come here to wait from.
Unless there's some radical change up there, Hector, in the next minute or two, we're gonna shut it down for tonight. I'm gonna see if they'll stay at the call one day, and then I'm gonna have to do some serious hustling to get enough gas to support it tomorrow, over.
To survive her extra day at Camp 4, Shauna and the Sherpas have to breathe bottled oxygen. But unbelievably, they awoke this morning to find their oxygen supply has been stolen. Ben is working with Keely to solve the problem.
What do you say?
Like Shauna has like No, huncha.
First thing is tell them that we're gonna send Galgun down.
Okay. Yeah.
And then we gotta start, we need them to look for half bottles to get through today.
Okay.
Because that'll give them, on the summit push, if only Nehru, Denru, and Shauna go up, all we need is 7 bottles.
Yeah, right.
And tell him that that he needs to talk to the Sherpas.
For a margin of safety, Ben tries to get more oxygen delivered to one of the most obscure locations on Earth.
I know it's tough, bud, but this is, you just gotta roll with this and believe in your heart of hearts that you're gonna get your shot. That the weather will come good late tonight and you'll get your shot, over.
Okay, I'll keep my fingers crossed.
The Sherpas sift through used oxygen bottles that have been left behind as litter, setting aside any that still contain gas. They'll use this pile today while they rest, and tonight, they'll take their remaining full bottles to the summit, if the wind dies down. At Mount Everest Base Camp, Ben listens in as Shauna tells Hector her summit push is being postponed again.
Yeah, I think our only chance will be to maybe leave at midnight if they die out, but right now, I don't think there's a chance in hell, over.
Camp 4, this is Base Camp, over.
Yeah, hi, Ben, over.
I'm sorry to hear about the situation, Shauna. I just heard from Guy Cotter, and his people were saying the same thing, that it's high winds still up there.
We're pretty roped down here, over.
Give me a call in an hour and I'll give you an update on what's going on, over.
Okay, talk to you 9 o'clock, over and out.
This is Base Camp standing by.
Ben knows what Shauna's going through. 4 years ago, he was stuck in the exact same spot she's trapped in now, the Mount Everest death zone. At 8,000 meters, Shauna is wasting away, losing strength and literally dying. Barring a miracle, time has run out for her.
Bring him down. I was pretty much committed to bringing him down.
In the morning, Ben suspects that his girlfriend won't be making it to the summit of Mount Everest. But Shauna is still clinging to her dream.
How do you personally feel? Over.
If I knew the winds were down tonight, I would give it a shot, but you told me they're not, so there's no point waiting it out. Over.
My concern is the fact that you've now been up there for 2 nights at 8,000 meters, and I start to worry that, some bad things can happen.
It would depend on whether we can find someone to actually stay with you as well. Who felt strong, not just stay with you, but felt strong enough that they could get to the summit and back home. Over.
Ben then talks to Shauna's lead Sherpa.
This is Nero from South Over.
Nehru, I need an honest assessment now. Now that you guys are up and moving, did you jack the oxygen level up a little bit? Over?
Yeah.
And how are the Sherpas feeling now?
We are slowly packing out the things. Over.
Okay, I understand what you're doing. I'm asking you how you're feeling.
Ben talks to Nehru, and as he does, Camp 4 is being torn down around Shauna. Determined, she stays in her tent, hoping for good news. It doesn't come.
Shauna.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to tell you.
You wanna go?
I wanna go down.
Okay.
We have already spent 2 nights here.
Yeah.
And I have told you yesterday very frankly.
Yeah.
The previous night will be our last try.
Okay.
If we could not be able to make previous night, we go down.
Okay.
I hope you remember.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know maybe if Dad wanted to stay. He wants to go.
All wants to go.
Oh.
Yeah, because when we all stay, we're all good team spirit.
Yeah.
We have been already spent 2 nights, all 5.
Yeah.
And when we split, feel very bad.
Yeah.
Feel very bad, and even for those Sherpa who are going down, the tears comes thinking about the Sherpas staying here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, Shauna.
No problem.
Yeah, I hope you don't mind.
No, that's
You can
okay.
understand us. So what I think is, it's better. Our life is more important. It's better we safely get down.
Okay.
And today, if we can, we get down to Basecamp.
Yeah.
Yeah, we try.
Okay.
If you don't mind, Sienna.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
No, I understand. I don't want to put anybody in danger.
Yeah.
So if that's how you feel, because
Yeah, I know. It makes you a little sad.
Yeah.
But I'm very sorry.
The decision is made. We're going down.
Shauna feels angry. If she could have gone for the summit in the first window of opportunity, maybe she would have made it. The way it played out, she never had a chance.
Well, I have no idea what to say to her. Shauna, please be careful on the way down, and let us know when you're leaving the call. We're on standby, and I'm just very, very, very sorry. Over.
You think you're sorry, over?
Right now, Shauna is 800 vertical meters from the summit of Everest, but she's closer to her home in Ottawa than she is to the pinnacle of mountaineering. It's hard on everyone.
Ben, did you copy
Yeah, I copy, Shauna, I copy. Over.
Everest. It's more than just a mountain. It's a massive philosophical question. Why on earth do people risk life and limb to get here? Some climbers come for ego. Some come for beauty. And some come so they can squeeze every last drop out of life. This mountain knows the world's greatest joy and the saddest heartbreak. They say that ultimately Mount Everest is climbed for one reason, because it's there. Climbers may come and climbers may go, but Mount Everest will always be there. When this mountain ends, life goes on. So what do people do when they're done climbing Everest? When this group of climbers arrived at Mount Everest Base Camp 50 days ago, Ben said the expedition would be a success if everyone walked out alive. It's been a much bigger success than that. Andrew and Hector both made it to the summit. Ben produced television footage on parts of the mountain that have never been filmed before. And for one divine moment, Shauna was the highest woman on the tallest mountain in the world. These four people may never be together again, but they will always be Team Discovery, conquerors of Mount Everest.